Hello everybody, welcome back. It is yet another Friday Stay Night. We continue Unlimited Blade Works. Oh shit, I didn't take my vitamins again. Hold on just a second. I just remembered. They were right out of the periphery of my eye. Anywho. Hi, how's it going? How are you all doing? I've been having a week. I've been going to sleep with AVGN compilations all week. Man. I used to watch that shit all the time whenever I was very small. Anywho, I don't think there's anything in particular that we have to get to before we go ahead and start her up, so, yeah, I want to see where things go. Why don't we just, get right into it. Versus Berserker. Hey Berserker, can you please help? No! Smacks you. Makes you fly 500 feet. Alright, starts with an interlude. Ah, okay. Back to you. She ponders in the dark by herself. It has already been a day since she attacked the church and killed the priest. It has been a day since she declared that she will find it no matter where it is hidden, if it exists. It may not be the case for other servants, but there is no way someone as versed in magecraft as her cannot find a holy relic like the Holy Grail. Then there was only one answer. The Holy Grail never existed in this church to start with. Letting out a small sigh, she puts her finger on her temple. When she closes her eyes, the heavy darkness weighs heavily on her whole body. That is simply a scream. It is not someone else's. The scream comes from her body and mind, telling her that she is in a critical state of fatigue. Yeah, I mean, you have been doing a lot of shit, haven't you? It's already been a month since she was summoned. During that time, she has done her best just to win. Her master is an ordinary person without a magic circuit, and she herself is the weakest of the servants. In order to make up for that shortcoming, she abused magecraft that was prohibited. She's been exploiting the citizens. She's been manipulating the ley line using human sacrifices and the threads of magical energy that she placed throughout the town. That is the cause for why she was called a witch when she was alive. But she had never used them before. She should never have used them, and she had no intention of doing the forbidden. So, why did she end up using them for such a meaningless killfest? She became a heroic spirit for her own revenge. However, she understands that it is meaningless to use the magecraft that diminished her to being a witch. She only uses trivial magecraft. It was her creed to inflict certain curses that people referred to as disasters, that could cause people to destroy themselves with their own greed and return to their true selves. That was all the revenge she could manage, so what caused her to stray from the path so much? It's all for the Holy Grail. It's natural for me to go crazy for the Holy Grail that can grant any wish. That's a lie. She knows the true identity of the Holy Grail. She has known what the thing is and for what objective servants like her are summoned for a long time. It's true that most wishes can be granted by the Holy Grail that appears in this town. It could allow her to stay in this world as a physical entity instead of a heroic spirit, thereby allowing her to live a second life as a human. However, how stupid. What meaning is there for such a thing? She mutters and closes her eyes. She empties her mind. For a moment, she temporarily lets her guard down and rests her mind. She hears the sound of rain. It was a moonless night. Her empty heart wanders in the surrounding pitch-black darkness. That is where she met him, with a bloody body and frozen limbs. That coincidence was a miracle among miracles. Interesting. It took place at the mountain that houses Ryudo Temple. Falling rain. She wanders aimlessly in the gloomy, dense forest. She leaves behind traces of blood. In her hand is the dagger that breaks contracts. The purple robe was wet from the rain, and her limbs had turned white from the winter rain. She staggers around, holding onto trees for support. She walked on, dirtied with mud, her breath ragged, reaching out her hand as if asking for help. She did not look like her usual self that is always composed. No, there was not even any remnants of magical energy. She is exhausted. There was only a fistful of magical energy left in her. For a servant, magical energy is like the body that allows them to exist, but she was losing all of her magical energy because her master was not supplying her with any. But that was only natural. She killed her own master just now. That's the sole cause for her exhaustion. She, the servant known as Castor, was trying to disappear in this mountain as compensation for obtaining freedom. A dry laugh. It's funny that her body is falling apart after she stabbed her vulgar master in the back. Moreover, it's also funny how she underestimated her connection with her master. She had done well. Her master was a legitimate master. He was in his 30s, had an average build, and didn't have many notable characteristics. He didn't have any intention to fight, but dreamed only of winning. He was a man that only waited for the self-destruction of the other masters in the shadows. The man didn't trust Castor. He disliked Castor as a skilled mage, and he insulted her for being inferior to other servants. She gave up on him after a few days. She acted as an obedient servant and continued to fulfill the man's self-esteem. As a result, she made him use up his command spells on simple, meaningless things. She told him he did not need his command spells. She made him believe that she would pledge her loyalty to her master even without the command spells. In conclusion, it was his fault for believing her. The master used his 3 command spells on meaningless things, and he was killed by Castor at that moment. It was easy. It was unpleasant for her contract with that man to still exist, so she finished him off with the contract breaker. But she had made a mistake. Servants exist using the supply of magical energy from their master, but it isn't just about obtaining magical energy. Servants are only allowed to exist in this age because they're connected to a human from this age. In other words, to lose one's master, their passport to this age, means being deported to the outside world. However, one would not normally be this exhausted. This is the curse that her master left. Her master did not approve of Castor, a mage that's more skilled than him. Therefore, he always kept her magical energy supply at a level below his own. The amount of magical energy that a human possesses is not enough to keep a heroic spirit in this world. She would normally be able to last 2 days even if she lost her master, but this time is different. I'm really curious as to who that is. Her magical energy was drastically decreasing with every second, and she starts to see the end. Probably a few more minutes. She'll disappear if she doesn't find the next master to make a contract with. She's going to disappear before she could even fight, as a pitiful servant that got summoned just to be trampled on, unable to accomplish anything at all. It was vexing. It was vexing, but it was not a big deal, because it was always like that. She was always treated unfairly. She was always someone else's tool, and she was never understood by anyone. Yes, her life was always controlled by someone else. Her mind was destroyed at a young age in order to save Jason, a hero chosen by the gods. Just for the sake of the hero the goddess of beauty happened to favor, the goddess cursed her to blindly love a man she did not even know. With a blank mind, she betrayed her father and even her own country. She has no recollection of anything that happened afterwards. After everything was over, the girl, who was a princess, was in an unfamiliar country. Actually, I can't remember. Did they add a little, profile thing for Castor? No, they still didn't add any hero info for her. Interesting. The girl who betrayed her father, the king, for a man. The witch who cut apart her own brother and mercilessly threw the pieces into the sea. The man who wished for that in order to become the king cast her aside, saying that he could not marry a witch. She was taken to an unfamiliar country while still being manipulated, was labeled as a witch, and the only person she could rely on threw her away. That is her origin. She had nothing to be blamed for, and the people around her understood that. Despite that, the people still demanded that she continue to play the role of a witch, an evil to protect the king, an evil to be on the receiving end of dark superstitions. They wanted a convenient scapegoat that they could blame for any disaster. That system hasn't changed. Humans desire an easily understandable evil so they can reassure themselves of their own goodness. In that regard, she was the perfect scapegoat. The father she could rely on was in a distant country. There was not a single person who defended her, so the country would comfortably blame her for things. How they are poor, how they hate others, how people are ugly, even how people die. They decided that everything was that witch's fault. That's why she just accepted it. Since she can only live as a witch, she decided to live like a witch. She just swore that she would show them how ugly the thing they desired and celebrated was. If people do not know their own ugliness, then so be it. They can stay ignorant, go to hell for their own crimes, and suffer forever. They will not be able to get out of hell. They can only suffer as criminals for the rest of their lives since they do not know what crimes they've committed. That is the meaning of existence she has imposed for herself. The role that they gave to the girl who had been called a witch and never had free will. But something like that, it's not something that someone wished for. That's the same for her. She just continues to seek revenge without any wishes of her own. Yes, until she met this stranger at this moment. A rustling sound. She glares ahead while struggling to remain conscious. It's midnight. What kind of human would come into this forest?
What are you doing there?
It was a heavy voice. She did not even have the composure to check who it was. She just thought it was all over. She had no power to use magecraft. Her purple robe might have looked like a coat, but she was covered in blood from the waist down. A woman covered in blood is hiding in this rain. It was obvious what this human would do just from seeing that. They would run away first. What would they do after that? They would either report it or pretend they hadn't seen it. Either way, it did not matter to her, as she could not move as she wanted to. That caused the last of her spirit to give out. Her final moment was lonely and cold, just like the end of her true lifetime. Or so she thought. When she regained her consciousness, she was at that place. Sitting in front of her was that human, that man she met in the woods.
So you've awakened. Can you tell me about your circumstances?
Those were his first words. When she watched the man with blank amazement.
Go home if I did a needless thing. If you wish for me to forget about this, I shall do so.
The man tells her in a tone of voice that doesn't change. That was how she met her master, Soichiro Kusuke. Kusuke was a strange man. Should he be called a ghost? He had no reason to live, but he had no reason to die. He was just there, and since he existed, he just did what was given to him. He had no self. That was her first impression of him, so she thought that it would be easy to turn him into a puppet. She gradually realized that was a mistake. Soichiro Kusuke had no past. He has no self because he has no past, but it does not mean that Kusuke himself is empty. In reality, Kusuke was a sincere man. He easily accepted what she told him because when she told him she wanted him to be her master, and when she revealed her identity. If she asks, "Do you believe such a story?" he replies with, "Was that a lie?" Of course, if she replies to him that it is the truth, then he would accept it. She was able to stay in this world by gaining a new master and was able to return to her role as a witch. Even now, she thinks that was a miracle. She would have disappeared before she awakened if she had not been taken to Ryudo Temple. Ryudo Temple is a demonic place for servants, but it is a perfect place for summoning ones inside. The bounded field that surrounds Ryudo Temple is useful for keeping any inhuman beings inside from disappearing. She was saved right before she was going to disappear because she was brought to Ryudo Temple. If it had been a different place, she would have vanished after being taken there. As a result, she found the best ley line and an impregnable defense. She was easily able to take over Ryudo Temple, figured out the mechanism of the Holy Grail, and summoned Assassin as the fifth servant. But such things are trivial matters. She was certainly lucky that night. Many miracles saved her, and now victory is within her sight. But none of it is worth her thanks. If there were nothing, she would have been just as content to give up. There was one thing that was really important. A very small matter that's not important for anyone else. The coincidence that she was able to meet Soichiro Kusuke is a miracle beyond belief. Damn. That's... Many thoughts and feelings about that. Unexpected thoughts and feelings. Not to, I'm not gonna be like, wow, Castor, you were so misunderstood, I love you now, or anything like that, but like, it's interesting. I'm really liking seeing that sort of new angle of their relationship. Also, Lord Omega 12, thank you for renewing your channel membership. But even that's not going well. No, she sighs that nothing she does goes well. Her master won't be happy even if she does such a thing like this. He has not had any interest in the Holy Grail from the start. If he has a clear wish, she'd do her best to grant it, but Soichiro Kusuke has none. A one-sided relationship. They do not get along well. Even the fact that their relationship is like that shows things aren't going well. So the mummy hunter became a mummy, huh? Even the rare witch is pretty fragile. Wait, who? Rare witch is pretty fragile. Good. She turns to the intruder. Oh, okay. Whomst? It is not her master standing there. Oh, I have a feeling. Oh, okay, never mind. I was wrong. It is the knight in a red cloak, Archer, whose identity is still unknown. Archer, I thought I ordered you to keep watch outside.
Yeah, about that. I didn't see any enemies around from what I saw. I got bored, so I came to see what's going on in here.
I would assume so. Our only enemy is Berserker. Even with him, we will go attack them ourselves since Saber has fully surrendered. There are no enemies to fear now that you've changed sides. Did you not come to my side knowing that? I want to make it 12 with the $2. Remember that part where the Greek gods are jerks? Oh yeah, I remember that part all the time.
Who knows? Don't you think I only wanted to break my contract with that master? Don't you think that I didn't care who my master was, as long as it was someone other than that master?
Archer's frivolous talk has some truth in it. But what does that mean? Does that mean Archer had no intention of betraying, but betrayed his master only because he wanted to break his contract with Rin Tosaka? I see. So, you did not like protecting that brat. It's true that us servants are generally unsatisfied towards our masters. It's natural for you to run out of patience.
No. She was perfect as a summoner, but some miscalculations occurred. And Castor, let me warn you, do not think that every servant's the same as you. At the very least, Saber and Berserker were satisfied with their masters. A righteous hero can only be summoned by righteous people.
Why tell me that now? A twisted master calls for twisted heroes. You do not need to tell me such a thing. That's right. The quality of a servant changes depending on the summoner. Summoners with dark shadows in their mind cannot summon heroic spirits who are on the side of light. In that regard, she and Ryder are not heroic spirits. A twisted summoner calls for twisted heroic spirits. Just as Ryder was once called a beautiful being, so too was Castor once a pure being. It's ironic that the heroic spirit that Castor summoned was a fictional hero.
But it is indeed strange once I think about it. You and Ryder are the kinds of beings that oppose heroic spirits, yet you're still summoned as servants. Well, the Holy Grail does not differentiate between good and evil. I guess it summons any human spirit that has power, huh?
No. Originally, a mixed spirit that has a heroic spirit side was never chosen. The irregularity started with the Third War. Until then, heroic spirits like Ryder and I were never summoned. That does not concern her now. She's also not interested in the true nature of the Holy Grail. Her mission as the servant that goes by Castor is only to win this war. She's not interested in what comes after. No, to be honest, that's not the end she wishes for. Enough with the meaningless talk, Archer. Get back to your position. I do not care what you're thinking. You're already my servant. Your life is in my hands. Keep that in mind when you talk to me.
Understood. And I shall meet my master's expectations like an obedient servant.
The knight in red goes up the stairs with an unchanging tone of voice. She watches him in silence and takes a deep sigh. One more day until Saber surrenders. She's not been able to find the Holy Grail as of yet, but she will be one step closer to the end once Saber joins her ranks. Philippa the Eight. The anime greatly expands that backstory as we get to see her time with her former master. Without getting into it, he got what was coming to him. I see. That will be another very interesting thing to check out once I actually watch the anime at some point. What will happen once the war ends? Castor shall make every wish come true with that power. Continuing to live as a witch, just as she swore to when she was alive, wouldn't be so bad. But there will be no reason once the war ends. Even if she still has the will, her owner will have no reason to be her master anymore. I will obtain the Holy Grail soon. Castor extends her pale hand into empty space. Her long and hard work is about to be rewarded, but her expression is like that of a criminal who's about to be executed.
I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn.
Oh wow, that was a big snap.
I don't have repentances about the path I took.
Oh, the servant data was added. I didn't see it. Ah, there it is. Okay, hold on. Let's glance over this real quick. The Queen of Misfortune, labeled as a witch in Greek mythology. Jason, the famous hero in the Argo expedition, interrogated King Peleus, who stole the country from Jason's father and made a promise that if he came back with the Golden Fleece after traveling to Colchis, King Peleus would return the country to him. The one who possesses the Golden Fleece was the Princess of Colchis, Medea. Sorry. Although she had learned magecraft as the daughter of King Aeetes? Aetus? Who excelled in it, her personality was far from that of a witch. Her fate started to derail once the hero, Jason, appeared. The goddess Aphrodite supported Jason, and upon seeing that King Colchis was invincible, she controlled the mind of Medea, his daughter, and changed her into a girl who blindly loved Jason. Ooh. As a result, Medea ended up being betrayed by ended up betraying her father and her own country over a foreign man, Jason, whom she had never seen. Medea nullified her father's magecraft and fire-breathing, bull woven with magecraft, allowing Jason to obtain the Golden Fleece. King Colchis was infuriated and went to battle himself to capture Jason so that he wouldn't be able to escape. To help Jason escape from his pursuit, Medea was used by the goddess again. Medea boarded the Argo, the ship of the man she loved but only knew by name, and slashed her younger brother Aspertus to pieces in front of her father in pursuit. The king mourned, ordering for the pieces of his torn son to be collected. The Argo escaped pursuit using that opening, and Jason safely returned to his homeland, Lolkos, alive. Upon arrival, Jason tried to get his country back from King Peleus, following through on both the promise and vengeance for his father. However, King Peleus refused and schemed to kill Jason. Jason escaped from a tight spot by relying on Medea's magecraft for the third time, and she devised a plan for him. They invited King Peleus and killed his servant. Medea revived them with her magecraft and offered to cast the spell of immortality on King Peleus as well. The king was pleased and willingly gave Medea his body. Naturally, he was slashed into pieces and thrown into the ocean. Jason thus became king, but his fellow Argonauts did not approve of Jason's actions and above all of Medea's very existence. She betrayed her country for a man, slashed her younger brother so that she would survive, and then she had deceived the king and usurped the throne. Medea was degraded as a witch and driven out of the country along with Jason. The two reached Corinth, where they were greeted by the king of Corinth. In this land, Medea finally gained restful days. However, having been taken far away from her homeland and feared as a witch, the peace she finally obtained did not last long. The king of Corinth took a liking to Jason and decided to have him marry his daughter. Ugh. Jason also... Oh, wait. I see. Well... Jason also chose the king's young daughter and exiled Medea. Her actions after that lived up to her name as a witch. Medea appeared at Jason's wedding and used magecraft, burning everyone in attendance, including the king of Corinth and his daughter, letting only Jason live. She left the castle. The whereabouts of Medea, who left Corinth, are unknown. It is said that the princess, whose life was filled with nothing but betraying others and being betrayed, became a true witch and continued to wander the lands of Greece. Damn. Anywho.
I don't have any repentances about the path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. I lost everything. It's not because I gave up that I accepted that nothing would be saved. I just found out that it's natural. It's just that dying people will die and survivors will survive. I laid down on the mountain of rubble and gazed at the spreading ruins. I understood everything then. I thought I understood everything. But I still thought about it. If I can save everything here, how wonderful that would be. That's what I admired. I just thought that it'd be nice if no one had to suffer. I tried to become a hero of justice for that sake. It was easy to understand, and it seemed like an ideal way to live. That's why I aimed for it. I can see where I had to be, and there are many ways to get there. I just kept on running, wanting to get as close to it as possible, even though I didn't know what was right or wrong. Many paths that I took were crooked, and my destination was only getting farther away. I'm taking the long way. I've been repeating this for 10 years since I got saved by Kiritsugu, but I won't regret it. I'm not skilled like Tosuke. I'll take the wrong path and lose many things at times, but I can't disregard them as meaningless. I have to show meaning for why I survived for the sake of things I've trampled over and things that won't come back. I won't lose for that sake. It can't be helped if I lose against others, but I can win against myself. I can always resist against my mind that says to give up. That's all I swore upon. There's only one thing that I believed in and wanted to believe in. Yes, even if I'm walking down the wrong path, I'll not regret believing in it. I'm awakened by the light pouring in from outside. It's before 6 a.m. The sky outside the window is cloudy as if sprinkled with ashes. I get ready and leave my room. My body's in a good condition and there's not much pain in my wound anymore. I shouldn't be a burden to Tosuke like this, even if we were to engage in battle.
Oh, hey, what? We're twins? Twinsying? I mean, you're wearing different glasses than me, but still. What, girl? What we got the matching fits going on? That's crazy. You're here. Are you ready, Shiro?
I'm ready, but Tosuka's transformed.
What? You look like a newbie soldier who stepped on a mine and can't move. Are you not ready yet?
No, that's not it. Don't you look different, Tosuka?
Huh? Oh, these? I put them on when I do detailed work, so don't worry about it.
Well, I guess that's fine if she says so. I wonder what kind of magecraft this is that makes it look so wrong, yet so right.
Alright, we're heading to the forest on the outskirts. It's a huge sea of trees that's unkempt and far from the city. It's rejected human intervention for a long time, so the forest is big and wide. You know that every year a few people go in there without proper preparation and get lost, right?
I nod silently. Our destination's the Einsburn Villa that's said to be somewhere in that forest. That girl, our fates decided the moment our negotiation with Iliasvale breaks down and we end up fighting. We can't call for help and it will be difficult to run away. We can't escape from the forest alive if we don't defeat the giant Berserker.
Then let's get going. I stayed up all night estimating where it might be, so we should be able to find it in half a day if all goes well. We'll take a taxi to the highway, so get some money ready.
She picks up a Boston bag full of things and starts walking. I go after her with my bamboo sword bag in one hand. But, Tosuka, money for the taxi's fine, but does that mean we'll be walking on the way back home? We ride the taxi for an hour from town. We ride on the endless highway, passing several mountains and reach the entrance of the forest. Of course, there are no paved roads in the forest. We walk about 1 kilometer from the highway and finally reach the entrance to the forest. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I can't help but get nervous once I actually face it. The forest is dark even though it's daytime. The tall branches that cover the sky shut out the sunlight, and it's hard to see more than 10 meters ahead, let alone the end of the forest.
Hey, Shiro, sorry, but can you walk ahead a bit?
That's fine, but you're the one who knows where that girl is, right? I don't think anything good will come from me having me go ahead. I complain as I enter the forest. Then... what the... I just felt a shock! I pull back my foot reflexively. I only felt numb for an instant. The numbness itself is subtle, and it hurts way more to stub your toe on a dresser. Well, it's basically like a static shock.
I knew it. I'm sure it's only for identification, but it seems like she has the whole forest under her surveillance.
Wait, hold on. Isn't that bad? That means we set off the burglar alarm, right? Then...
I don't think that's a problem. We didn't come here for a surprise attack, we came to talk, so it'd be in our favor to let them know that we're coming. Oh, be careful. You'll feel a bit of a shock. Oh, wait, yeah, that was shit up.
Be careful, you'll feel a bit of a shock.
I know. I saw it happen to you, so I know.
Tosuka waves her hand and steps into the forest. At that moment... Tosuka lets out a funny scream and jumps back. Wow. I hear crackling electricity. I want to believe that it's my imagination that the leaves piled up under Tosuka's feet are scorched.
It seems like the alarm reacts differently depending on the person who steps in.
Oh, it seems like the alarm reacts differently depending on the person who steps in. It was like a greeting to me. I calmly explained the situation. But it doesn't seem like Tosuka's listening to me.
That kid has some nerve! I heard you laugh just now! Tosuka yells at the empty space where there isn't anyone. I don't know where the line went, as her threatening attitude seems like she might go fight instead of talk. Well, anyways. It seems like talking bad about Tosuka is fatal no matter how far away you are from her, so I should be careful. We walk through the forest. We're the only living humans among these infinite trees. I don't hear the breathing of any beasts, and the plants in winter are as lifeless as corpses. The endless sea of trees that seem to go on forever makes me constantly feel apprehension. It's already been 3 hours since we entered the forest. It's way past noon, and just as I've become unable to tell whether there have been any changes in the landscape. Found it. Jeez, I'm fed up even though I knew about it. They really built something like that in a place like this. I follow Tosuka's line of sight. There's only darkness ahead, between the trees. There's some incredibly out-of-place thing that can be seen through the cracks that are so small, they could easily be missed by anyone who doesn't pay attention. Pay close attention. What is that? A wall? It's a wall. Jeez, what's up with that? They brought that whole thing from their country. Tosuka curses and heads to a strange object we see in the distance. I follow after her, still bewildered, unable to grasp what it is. We get out of the forest. The forest that seemed to be endless abruptly ends. No, it seems like traces of the forest vanished, as if they carved out just this part with a big spoon. The gray sky curving above us is so high that I can't see everything. A huge dome-like space. This is more like an underground kingdom, instead of an open space. Oh, shit? That was Iliasville's dwelling. Oh, okay, I see. The old castle built in the middle of the forest. It's a solitary castle in the forest that has no visitors. It's too big for that girl to live in, and it's too lonely to live in alone. I didn't realize that that's how they did it, though. That's kind of fucking crazy. Anyway, it does no good to falter here. According to Tosuka, Iliasville knows that we came here. Then we should go confidently from the front entrance to show that we don't have any enmity. Alright, let's go, Tosuka. Tosuka? We did see it from outside, I just didn't know that that's what they did with it. Tosuka looks up at the castle with an alarming expression. Her side profile looks as tense as it does when she's confronting an enemy. Tosuka? Is there something bothering you? Yeah. There's someone else other than us. Of course there is. This is where that... Oh, of course there is. This is where that Ilya girl and Berserker live. That's not it. There's somebody else besides them. Shido, we're going to enter from over here. Oh. Oh, I see. I think I understand the implication being made here. Oh, fuck. Huh? Wait! Without a chance to stop her, Tosuka starts running to the big tree by the wall. No, that's not all. Tosuka grabs onto a branch and skillfully climbs up. I look up in astonishment. Tosuka looks around the castle and she jumps and kicks at the castle's second floor. A shattering sound. A window breaks and the red figure disappears into the castle. Come on, hurry! Something is seriously wrong with this castle! Jeez, aren't we here to talk? But what's done is done. I also climb the tree and jump into the second floor of the castle like Tosuka. I go out to the hallway from the room we invaded. Before I can even marvel at how magnificent this place is, the abnormality Tosuka mentioned earlier grabs my attention. The sound echoing is definitely the sound of battle. The sound of swords clashing. But is a storm-like sword fight like this even possible? Even the most intense sword fight that I've witnessed so far, the one between Saber and Berserker, didn't make these kinds of sounds. Oh. Then I suddenly realize, this doesn't sound like your average sword fight. This is one against many. There's literally a war going on somewhere in this castle. There's no doubt that one of them's Berserker. This castle is Iliasvale's castle. If a battle were to occur, it'd only be when Berserker is attacking an intruder. Yeah, many swords, huh? Fuck! I start running. The sounds are echoing from below. Judging from where the sounds are coming from relative to our entry point, the battle is in the center of the castle, in the reception hall. I run through the unfamiliar castle. This isn't the time to be exchanging opinions. I don't know what's happening, but it feels like it will lead to permanent consequences. I run down the stairs. The fierce sword fight's happening close by. Alright, this place connects to the hall's atrium. Tosuka... Oh. Alright, this place connects to the hall's atrium. Tosuka checks the end of the passage. The hallway splits at a T-junction and both seem to lead to the terrace at either side of the hall. Let's split up here. I'll go from this side, you go from that side. It's better to split up than stay together in one place. With the way we are now, we don't have any way to escape if we're found. We don't stand a chance either way. So we'll split up. If we split up, even if one was found, there's hope the other can manage to escape somehow. Tosuka goes down the hallway facing east. I nod and go down the other hallway on the other side facing west. Shido. She suddenly stops me. You know, right? Whatever happens, don't do anything. We don't have the option to fight right now. Run away as soon as you think it's dangerous, okay? Run away even if one of us gets caught. Saving others comes after you save yourself. Her voice is suppressing her emotions. That sounded more like a plea than a warning. I go around and come out onto the terrace of the lobby. I see Tosaka emerge from the opposite side of the terrace far away. She immediately takes cover and peeks out to see what's going on while hiding. The instant we look down at the hall, we both suppressed our voices.
Shinji! Why is he here?
Shinji stands atop the rubble in the corner of the lobby, observing the spectacle with joy. No, that's not it. That's not the surprising thing. Right now, the truth that I have to accept right now is the battle that Shinji's observing. The Black Giant lets out a roar. The swinging axe sword stirs up a cloud of dust and crushes the rubble into powder. Berserker's no different than before. No, his blood-curdling roar doesn't compare to what it sounded like before. Behind the giant's the pale white girl, Berserker's master, Ilyasvale. That girl was always smiling innocently and unfit for a kill fest. That girl is now shivering and staring at her own servant, about to cry out. Her pale face is desperately trying to deny the despair in front of her. "Someone help me." That's what the trembling lips of the Snow White girl seem to say. No. A whirlwind blows violently. Berserker's axe swords repelled each time. In the center of the hall, by the noble phantasm of one servant reigning the throne of rubble. The countless numbers of swords dance, each one of the weapons appearing behind the man, and it is undeniably a fatal weapon. They pierce through, like hot water. The bottomless noble phantasm destroys Berserker's body as if repelling his axe sword wasn't already enough. His limbs fly off. The swords cut through his body, penetrate his head, and pierce his heart. But he still does not die. The giant revives after each instantaneous death that he suffers and resolutely advances towards his enemy. 8 times already. Berserker moves forward while being killed mercilessly that many times. That enemy welcomes him with a smile. The repeated tragedy. Berserker's killed many times, unable to get close to his enemy.
No way.
It's not because Berserker's being defeated without being able to do anything. That man, that servant is beyond belief. All the noble phantasms that are repeated infinitely are real. I can tell since I've projected Archer's swords. Those are the original versions of every noble phantasm, the ones from before they became legends. Who could he be? Being a heroic spirit who's able to retain so many weapons. First of all, there should be 7 servants. Then he's the 8th one. Is he the one who shouldn't exist? I can't breathe. Berserker's nothing less than astounding. A body made out of steel and that superhuman strength. On top of that, he can regenerate on the spot even if he dies. He's not an opponent that can be matched. The 8th servant doesn't retreat from such a monstrous opponent and overwhelms Berserker with the repeated magic swords and holy swords. When I look up, Tosaka's face on the other side was also pale. It's only natural. The space below us is a land of death. We'll die instantly if we enter it. No, more than that. He's a demon. A different atrocity to Berserker. This man lacks order and wishes for battles only for the objective of killing. But, even with such an unusual enemy in front of him, the Black Giant's still the strongest. His steps don't cease, even if his whole body is pierced or cut up. He receives the rain of noble phantasms, regenerates each time, and surely closes in on his enemy. It's an advance devoid of tactics. He's not thinking of any ways of countering his enemy's attacks. He moves forward as long as he's alive. It's a savage battle about just killing the enemy. He'll not reach the enemy. Berserker's brute courage will prove futile, and his life will end just a mere target. Just as a mere target. That enemy understands that. That's why he stopped on purpose and is just provoking the giant that foolishly moves forward. There's no chance of victory for the Black Giant with this method. It's something that the man confronting him and I, looking as an outsider, can tell. And most likely, even Berserker himself, who's being used for target practice, must have realized the same thing a while back. Yet the giant keeps stupidly moving forward. He knows no retreat and doesn't try to avoid the attacks. That man welcomes the figure with a smile.
All you can do is attack. Guess it shouldn't surprise me since you're Berserker. Still, I had hopes for you as a fellow demigod, but I didn't expect you to be such a fool.
The noble phantasms appear. Roaring with laughter, the man commands the noble phantasms behind him.
Then I shall finish you off. It'd be unpleasant for you to come any closer.
At his signal, the numerous noble phantasms attack the giant. The giant repels a majority of them, and at the same time, a majority of them take his life. The black giant shakes. The body of rock starts to fall, but the giant holds out and shakes off the noble phantasms clinging all over his body.
What the?
The astonishment comes from that man. The black giant gets rid of the swarm of noble phantasms and closes in on his enemy. His body is already a corpse. The black giant advances with what should be a hopelessly fatal wound. That's the result of a strong will. It's not the madness due to being Berserker. The giant's facing this hopeless battle with a strong will.
The stupid target's that's only got its size going for it is still intact.
The magic bullets are fired mercilessly. Repelling them with his axe sword, the giant closes in on the man with his body slashed and his legs pierced. He most likely won't reach the man, yet for him to still challenge himself while understanding that, he must have something that he cannot give up. What's he moving forward for? The servant fights for his master to protect her life. That's why that giant did not retreat. He could only move forward as a shield to protect his master behind him, the frightened girl from the reign of noble phantasms. The giant resumes his foolish advancement. It's because he knew that he could only defeat that enemy while protecting Iliasvale by taking all of the attacks himself. Aww, Berserker! And if he's able to reach his enemy, then that is when he wins. It was this kind of battle from the start. The man has to kill the black giant before he reaches him, and the giant has to approach the man before his life ends. This is a battle where whoever accomplishes their own goal first survives. The giant's aware of that, even if that is a battle that he had no chance of winning from the start. He lets out a roar. Coming out of the 10th death, the black giant runs. He charges towards the man, stirring up rubble like a bull challenging a matador.
You servant!
Numerous arrows are released. Did he get used to it from the repeated deaths, or was it his final charge? The giant repels all the arrows, and closes in on the owner of the noble phantasms. The axe sword is swung. The strong sword that had not been swung at the man at all zips through the air with a flash.
Chain of the heavens!
The black bull's captured by the numerous chains that appear. What kind of noble phantasm is it? The chains that suddenly appear in midair lock up Berserker as if binding space itself. The chains tighten Berserker's arms and twist them in every direction. As the chains wrap around his whole body, they continuously get tighter and even try to squeeze his rock-like neck off with tension.
Jeez, you still won't die? These chains once bound the bull of heaven, but even they do not seem to be enough to finish you off.
The man's voice. The hall's filled with the creaking sounds of the chains. It must be Berserker's strength. The giant tries to cut off the chains that control space itself. Even if it initially sounds impossible, there's no doubt that giant can accomplish it. And of course the man understood that as well. No! Come back, Berserker! The girl screams. Iliasvale uses a command spell to command Berserker to retreat by force. But the giant is still captured by the chains and unable to move an inch. Why? I told you to come back inside me, so why?
It's useless, you puppet. Not even the gods can escape these chains. No, the higher the divinity, the more they become prey. This was originally made just to discipline the gods. I will not allow teleportation through a command spell. And then, the man points to the giant as if to signal the end. Oh. An astonished girl's voice. It's over. This time it really ends. Bounded by chains and therefore unable to defend himself, he gets annihilated by the noble phantasm 22 times. The black giant goes silent as he's forced to assume the shape of what can only be described as a strange statue. There's no need to even check whether he's breathing or not. Even if he is a great hero that overcame 10 deaths, he should not be able to get back up after experiencing over 20 deaths. Yes, even if he's alive, the giant should not have enough strength to even breathe. And the battle ends. It was known from the start who was going to win. Berserker could not win against that servant. No servant can be a match for that man as long as they're a heroic spirit. Heroic spirits each have their own weaknesses, which have been preserved from their time as living beings. By extension, each servant's origin story is their weakest point. Then, what would be the result of having a heroic spirit face off against someone who possesses all the noble phantasms, including the one that ended their life as a human? This is the result. Even if he may have been stronger as a hero, he cannot win against that man as long as he's a heroic spirit.
No, Berserker!
The ghostly white girl runs to the black giant that became a corpse, and... Oh no. Oh, fuck off! The man mercilessly slashes the girl with the sword in his hand. She screams. The man takes away the girl's vision with a single horizontal strike. For the next attack, the aim is to stab her heart, but that misses. No, he missed on purpose. The girl's pierced in the lung and she coughs up blood. Oh shit! Oh shit! The chains are broken. The black giant breaks the chains and launches an attack on the man. The man stabs the slow-witted target. The spear pierces his heart. He finishes off the giant with a spear similar to Lancer's noble phantasm, Gaebulk. Shit. Then it ends. The black giant dies for sure this time. The sword's pulled out from the collapsed girl. Leaving traces of red behind, the girl crawls to the giant that's no longer moving. Watching in delight, the man walks forward. He threw away his sword. He'll use his bare hands to finish off the dying girl. Oh, what? Whom? I don't know if it's stuff that was added to Gil, or if it was Berserker. I don't know. I'll die. I'll probably die. I'll die for sure this time. That servant has no logic. He'll kill anyone in his way. If I don't get away from here before he finds me, I'll surely be killed. So I mean, no. That, there's no fucking way. I can't, no. Fuck this guy. My frozen body bursts out. My feet lift me up and my arms grab the railing at the same time. I see Tosaka's face as I do so. She's biting her lip in frustration, glaring at the tragedy happening below us. I know. It's obvious Tosaka wants to stop him as well. But we'll be the ones killed if we do so. There's no way we can stop him. It goes the same for me. I know that it's stupid of me to die trying to save the dying girl. I don't care about that! I can't leave that girl be! That's what overtakes my mind. I jump over the railing. Tosaka and Shinji both look in surprise at the intruder, but that man doesn't even see me jumping down. The man reaches out to the girl in white. Stop, you bastard! I yell at the top of my lungs. I stop him with all of my might. Oh? The man stops his arm that he tried to extend, and slowly, he turns toward me by the wall like a grim reaper who's found his new prey. Oh shit. Fine time for an interlude drop. Fuck. Oh man.
Going back over a month, he was summoned to this world before anyone else. He was not summoned to this country. A faraway foreign country. Oh shit, are we getting Berserker POV? The ground is constantly covered in white. The sky is always gray, and the castle is built hidden in the mountains. It is always winter in that land. Coldness and stagnation, barrenness and longing. They are like living corpses cutting off their connection with the present world and waiting for a reproduction of a miracle. The winter coldness takes away their human warmth, and the stagnant world won't allow them a new lifestyle. His family were seekers of the Holy Grail. Spring won't come for the Ironsburn family until the day their dearest wish is fulfilled. It has already been 10 centuries since they started the search for the Holy Grail. After using every possible method to get close to the Holy Grail, they were eventually able to cast the Holy Grail out of iron. However, all they could make was the vessel. No mystic dwelled within it, and they kept casting vessels that would never be filled. But a foreseeable end comes to those days. They performed a ritual to fill the vessel with the help of outsiders. The result was both a success and a failure. The Holy Grail was made. Through this, the Holy Grail would be filled, but it made many enemies at the same time. Even as the supposed owners of the Holy Grail, they were reduced to mere providers of a service, no better than any other mage. Their tenacity is abnormal. No, ever since they had almost obtained the Holy Grail 1,000 years ago, they'd lost their minds. They broke the rules and constantly pulled the strongest card. The first time, they did not have the leeway to do so. The second time, they finally found a loophole in the rules. The third time, they summoned what they shouldn't have. Then, the fourth time. They were sure of their victory after gaining the strongest card and its manipulator. The results were a crushing defeat like never before. Of all the servants and masters, they chose ones who betrayed them. The man destroyed the Holy Grail, leaving his daughter behind in the Winter Castle. They were furious at the man's betrayal and lamented their mistake. They could not trust outsiders after all. His daughter, eh? His daughter. Only one of their bloodline, their family's creation, who had inherited magic circuits perfected over generations, could obtain the Holy Grail. They had a backup plan to start with. Then, the fifth time, they made certain they prepared the strongest master and servant. That was him, 2 months before the Holy Grail started. Every rule was broken for him, Berserker, to be summoned beforehand. The days that followed were only to hurt the human that would become master. The command spell engraved all over the girl's body was only to control Berserker. It did no good as a magic circuit and drained her life away. Even just a slight move by Berserker would make the girl scream. It's no wonder. It was 2 months until the Holy Grail would appear. The only thing keeping this great hero in this world was her magical energy and command spell. Berserker was not created from the magical energy of the Holy Grail. No matter how special she is, keeping Berserker using only her own magical energy is like taking her own life away. Knowing that, they still did not allow for her to rest. They abandoned them in the winter forest filled with a pack of hungry beasts. They gave them over to the corpses possessed by evil spirits. They were even thrown into the wasteland where they disposed of their failed experiments. The only way for the girl to survive was to rely on the giant, the only thing that she had been given. It was beyond training. It was a fight for survival, yet the girl survived. She had the giant attack the oncoming enemies. Every time she would let out screams of anguish, but had him ceaselessly eliminate everything that attacked. He himself does not know when that process became a special one to him. Despite the girl's young appearance, she hated whining. Everything that came out of her mouth was an insult. She must have instinctively known that if she was going to lament, she would become stronger if she hated the cause. The girl despised Berserker for being ugly and cursed his existence. It was natural. The girl would not have to suffer if he had not existed. She would not have been thrown in such a hell if she had not been chosen as master. The girl detested the giant for everything and used him as an outlet for her anger. The girl got used to controlling Berserker, and by the time the Holy Grail showed signs of its appearance, the pain that attacked her disappeared. The girl took away reasoning from the giant as if in revenge, treating him as a mute, mad warrior. But he already knew that that was the girl's utmost resistance. By doing so, the girl hid her own weakness, that she could live by herself. She held her head high since she didn't need any allies that she could trust or friends that she loved. That was her way of disguising that she had nothing to call her own. Oh, fuck. Cybernetic Silver, thank you for renewing your channel membership. You're strong, Berserker. Fuck, man. In the winter forest, the girl hesitantly touched his arm, stained red from the enemy's blood. Surrounded by a pack of beasts, the girl braced for death, even as she desperately denied it. At that time, he was not able to move without an order from his master, so he was the first to become the beast's prey. The pack of beasts pierced his arteries, tendons, and eyeballs with their fangs. The girl screamed, seeing that. He couldn't remember what she said since he had had his reasoning taken away. But the girl screamed not for her sake, but for his. Even though he destroyed her arm every time he swung his own, she endured it so that he did not die. That's why both of them were covered in blood. The giant was covered in the slaughtered beast's blood, and the girl was covered in her own blood. He remembers that winter forest, the weight of the girl that leaned on him crying tears of pain, and he realized, in that small, cold castle, the black giant was the only one that the girl talked to. No! No, Berserker! She comes into view. It was the same as that time. The girl is running to him, crying, which he had not seen since she had become a master. And the man slashes her. With a horizontal flash, the blonde enemy takes away the girl's vision. Her face is covered in red. The blind girl runs in spite of that, tripping over rubble. The slender body falls. There. The enemy's sword is swung. The sword misses her heart. Her lung must have been pierced, as the girl's coughing up blood still on the ground. It's not an instant death, but it is fatal. The girl's left with nothing as her vision's taken away, her lungs are broken, and she even lost her servant. If she could die peacefully, it might at least be a salvation if she could just go to sleep right there. However... It hurts. It hurts. Berserker. The girl's moving forward, leaving a trail of blood behind. She crawls towards the black giant, fumbling and crying in anguish. How much power was left in him? He breaks the chains with all his might and grabs at the man. The magical spear is thrust. The spear pierces the giant's heart. And it ends. The man pulls out the spear as if nothing happened, and the remaining power in the giant completely disappears. His body disappears. The power that was giving him form had completely disappeared. Then all there is left for him to all there is left is for him to disappear. The servant lost all of his magical energy and has no power to stay in this world any longer. He falls to the ground, but in his final moment, he sees the girl fumbling around for him in his peripheral. Strength returns to his collapsing legs, the law of magecraft that built him, the regulation of the world that hates inconsistencies, and the body of rock that crumbles away as sand. You're strong, Berserker. He pushes away every power that tries to eliminate him just with his will. I can't disappear yet. He is probably the only one who she could rely on. In order to support the lonely girl who insulted him but still believed in him as her only reliance. Where am I? I don't know. It's so dark I can't tell where I'm going, Berserker. With her vision taken away, the girl's crawling with her arms stretched out. She must want to feel him as she cannot see him now. Her hands covered in blood grope at empty space, trying to verify his existence. There is no power left in him. There is nothing he can do. Berserker will fall here and die here. His body has died, and he has no strength to support his falling body. It's why I feel safe. No matter who it is. I won't lose against them as long as I have you, Berserker. But not this time. His mind is dead. Supporting his body with a mind and will that should no longer exist, he leaves this world. His body has not fallen, still invincible, as if to say that his body cannot give up until the end for the sake of the girl that relies on him. And the girl reaches him. The hand that was only grasping the air finally touches something. Oh. Coughing up blood, the girl clings onto the hard body. She cannot see anymore, but she can still feel him. Berserker hasn't lost. She cannot see for herself, but Berserker is strong as always. Yeah, I'm glad. Stay here, okay, Berserker? Strength fades from her body. Everything hurts and she's scared, but it's alright as long as he's here. He always protected her. He was scary, but he was really nice. His big body's like a father's, so she really wanted him to pick her up at least once. It's dark, but I'm not scared. You're strong, Berserker. I can be relieved if you stay like this. She rests her body on him. She feels like a hard and big hand's placed on her head. It's probably true. He should be patting her head if she opens her eyes. Yeah, it's a bit cold. Her body is cold. Recalling the forest from that time, the girl laughs. It was a long time ago already. Recalling the giant that protected her even while getting injured, she happily falls and loses consciousness. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Dude, that got me. Holy fuck. Oh my god. I think that might be the most I've been gotten on a cold read on this channel. Like, I've definitely been made emotional during some cold reads before, but like, fuck me, that hurt. That hurt like a bitch. Holy shit. Oh my god. Philip at the 3, and that's the scene where Fate first made me cry. Yep, I get it, because it made me cry. Oh, God. The man reaches out to the girl in white, who peacefully fell asleep.
Stop, you bastard!
I yell at the top of my lungs. I don't consider my own danger or what could happen to me. Oh? The man stops his arm that he tries to extend. Behind him is Shinji, surprised at my intrusion. He smiles ominously. Wait. My shaky throat speaks before I can think. However, there's no way that man will stop. I couldn't even tell him to stop. The man pulled something out of the girl's body with his bare hands, with a smile still on his face. A red, dripping object that looks like a fruit. God, fuck, what a piece of shit. I fucking hate this guy so much! The thing in the man's hand is without a doubt the girl in white's. My mind burns down. I lose my sanity as fear of being killed and hatred of wanting to kill him gets muddled. So, we had an audience. I understand how you want to observe my gallant figure, but... The man's still holding the red thing in his right hand. Know your place. Who do you think you are to order a king, you mongrel? He fires one of his countless noble phantasms at me. The terrace falls. The man's noble phantasm goes through the wall of the castle and destroys the hall's walls. I don't move a step in the midst of it all. I don't care about the rubble that falls from above. I don't have the composure to run, and I have no intention to run. It doesn't matter whether a big piece of rubble grazes my back. I can't think of taking my eyes off of that man right now. Oh, so it's Saber's master. His red eyes react to my enmity.
Hercher of Autism with the 10 pounds. Seriously, which Smash Brothers character can I project him onto and kill 1,000,000 times over? I don't know. I'm not a Smash player. I can't give you a good answer. My blood boils. I'll die in the next instant. There's no way I'm not afraid of that. But my body refuses to run away and keeps screaming to defeat that enemy right now. The corpse of the girl that was killed mercilessly keeps ordering me not to forgive him. It's only natural for me to lose all reasoning. My mind churns from the contradicting desires of life and death.
You seem to have the will to fight, but it's no use talking about it. You're worthless without Saber.
A sword appears in the man's left hand. The sword's raised mercilessly and should come down to kill me. Even then, I keep staring at the enemy. I can't think of showing my back to that man. Hold on. I know this guy. The man's sword stops. Oh. Oh, okay. It was Shinji, I see.
Hold on. I know this guy.
The man's sword stops. Shinji, who is watching from the other side of the wall, starts walking to the center of the hall with light steps.
Hey, it's been a while, Emiya. I didn't expect to see you here, so I'm a bit surprised.
The man doesn't move. There's about 10 meters between us. Would I be able to get near him? Even Berserker could not close this distance.
Oh, are you so scared you can't even talk? Well, I understand how you feel. I was the same with Ryder. Yeah, that's right. Man, I'm glad you let me go that time, Emiya.
There's nothing I can use as a weapon, but I don't care. My mind's clear right now. I don't feel any uneasiness about projecting his swords in this situation.
Hey, I'm telling you to look over here.
I slightly shift my gaze in his direction. I face Shinji while keeping the man in my vision.
That's right. So, do you know who's the most important one here?
I gasp a little. It's not Shinji's words, but rather the unexpectedly serious manner in which he says them. Oh, it's not Shinji's words, but yeah, I see.
So, that's how it is. You do know, right, Emiya? You'll certainly die like this.
How out of place. Why say something that's so obvious now?
I didn't get to introduce him yet, but that's my new servant. He's more amazing than Ryder, right?
Shinji puts his hand over the man's shoulder, and with a delighted face.
Beg for your life, Emiya. I might consider it.
He says some nonsense. I refuse. I have no doubt. I answer right away without showing any hesitation or showing any signs of even considering it.
Fine, then you can die!
Shinji jumps back. The man, still with a cold expression, finally brings his raised sword down. Oh, what? That's it. I won't guarantee your master's life if you even move your finger an inch, you servant. What? And the man stops his sword again. Oh, okay, it was Rim.
That's it. I won't guarantee your master's life if you even move your finger an inch, you servant.
Everyone looks up. Everyone in the hall turns their attention to the girl standing at the terrace. Tosuka's hand is faced toward Shinji. Even though Shinji doesn't have the aptitude as a mage, he should know what that means. Tosuka is serious. If that man brings down his sword, she will kill Shinji as retaliation.
Tosuka! Why are you here?
Tosuka doesn't answer, but keeps her aim aligned on Shinji.
What, are you really going to shoot me, you murderer? You're the one who killed first. Well, whichever it is, it doesn't matter, Shinji. The right to kill and to be killed are the same. You should instinctively understand that as a human, even if you're not a mage.
Shinji weakly retreats, being glared down by Tosuka. At that, the guy's watching in delight. He looks at Tosuka as if to belittle her. Then, I feel like there was a strange vibration that took over the hall for an instant.
I see. You know you will not be able to defeat me, so you went after my master instead. You brought on the negotiation because you know that I would not stop even if you killed my master.
That's right. You wouldn't stop even if Shinji dies. But you can consider it in this situation, right? You can save Shinji right now. You're a servant, so it should be a hard blow to lose your master.
I see. You are pretty quick-witted. That's the only negotiation if you want to save that mongrel.
The sword disappears. He turns his back to me as if he lost interest in me.
What are you doing? Who told you to stop?
No, the situation changed, Shinji. She will be perfect as a vessel.
Huh? Shinji's breath stops. His face filled with irritation suddenly turns into a dirty smile.
I see. Man, I'm glad that you're alive, Tosaka. Really, I'm relieved as well. I've known you for a long time, even if you're like that. I'd be disheartened if you died somewhere.
Laughing happily, Shinji claps his hands. It's strange. Shinji shows no fear even though Tosaka can end his life. It seems like an overwhelming joy is numbing his emotions.
Oh well. That aside, how about this, Tosaka? Why don't you forget about Emiya and team up with us?
I think that was Shinji's line. Yeah, that makes more sense. Really, I'm relieved as... It's just... I guess the wording is just a little weird. Man, I'm glad that you're alive, Tosaka. Really, I'm relieved as well. Like, it makes sense, but it makes it sound like he's restating the same thing again, so I guess that's what threw me off.
Us? That's right. You also know about how Castor's stocking up power, right? The Ryudo Temple's the altar this time. It's a bit unfavorable for us if she's taking position there and stocking up magical energy.
Shinji says with both arms raised. But that's an obvious fact. On top of that, it seems like Shinji doesn't know about how Castor obtained Saber and Archer.
See, you can tell, right? The chance of victory is slim by myself. I beat Berserker's master, but this isn't enough. We can make something that can even beat Castor if you join us.
Shinji invites her with confidence. To that.
I refuse, Shinji. I don't know who you're connected with, but I have no reason to follow a guy that's obviously being used.
Tosaka refuses him without twitching a brow.
What? Can't you tell? I'm warning you since I've known you for a long time, but you should get the intelligence to observe what's going on around you. You're the only person that thinks...
Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay.
You're the only one that thinks Shinji Mato is a master. Don't you realize by now that you don't have talent as a mage?
You... Shinji's face twitches. Tosaka's harsh words must have made him forget that his life is in her hands.
Do it, Gilgamesh! Kill Emiya and Tosaka!
Shinji orders to his own servant.
What? I told you to kill them! It should be easy for you to kill them before I get killed!
No. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We will rot if we let it be any longer.
The man shows Shinji, who is closing in on him, the thing in his right hand. A red lump. It's the thing that he took out of the girl. It's still throbbing. Shinji grits his teeth in vexation.
Damn. Don't regret it, Tosaka. I won't let you be on my side now!
Shinji runs towards the front entrance. There's one person left. After the man slowly watches his master being angry.
So, that's it. You have a good friend.
He says delightfully and leaves the hall filled with rubble. And we walk towards her, the center of the hall. With gray sunlight coming in from the ceiling, the girl is sleeping, covered in rubble. Her eyes don't open. Looking up close, the girl is not white at all. The girl covered in red all over looks nothing like before.
It's not your fault, Emiya. You know that, right? We couldn't have saved her.
I know. I've been taught that there are people I can save and people I cannot save. I knew that I'd be putting my own life in danger if I tried to do things that are beyond my capacity. But still, I still wanted to save her. I don't want a child to die. I don't want anyone dying in front of me. Asking for help, not being able to save someone asking for help is more scary and painful than anything. There's no way I can apologize, and I don't know her well enough to apologize either. This girl has nothing to do with me. I understand that without having to be told, but why?
Why are these eyes crying irrelevant tears? Why? Tosaka? Why? You knew you were going to be killed if you went at him. So why did you try to save Iliasvale? No matter what the results may be, Iliasvale was an enemy. So how can you go so far for her sake? Did she seriously just ask me that? Tosaka's eyes were serious. I have no reason. I stopped him because I just wanted to save her. There's no other way to explain it. After Tosaka glares at me. I see. I thought you were abnormal before, but now I'm sure. Shiro, the way that you live is really distorted. She tries to open the lid that I've kept closed this whole time. Distorted. That's right. It's wrong to live thinking that others are more important than yourself. Look, I'm not talking about the common opinion that people save others so that they can be loved. Setting that hypocrisy aside, human beings have to put themselves first. Of course, there are people with others as their priority. But first of all, you're something special that can't be put on a scale. You're like the scale itself, but you're trying to break that scale and help others that you don't even know. Yes, that's fine. If you're a human that doesn't have a sense of self and is merely living, that's fine. But you do have a sense of self. You can't neglect yourself when you have a strong sense of self-awareness. If you keep on doing that, you're going to eventually break down. No way. I can't break down. In fact, I do this in order not to. I try to save people that I could not save so that I can hold my head high. No, you're broken already. So tell me, I don't know what happened 10 years ago, but that must be the cause of why you're screwed up. Tosaka seems like she's got tears in her eyes. Why is she making such a face? It's almost as if she knows that I'm going to spend my life trying to help others without getting anything in return, so she's trying to earnestly stop me. It was like that at school, too. You were super calm in front of that many bodies. Even I mistook them for dead bodies, but you were able to tell that they were all alive with just one glance. I always thought that was strange. You never even had formal training as a mage, but you were able to calm yourself down every time you got into a fight to the death. Even if you got enraged by seeing corpses, you never had any aversion towards corpses themselves. That must be because you were used to seeing people's deaths. You saw something that gruesome 10 years ago, right? Used to seeing? Yeah, it's not like that was my first time seeing them. I think about the students who were on the floor at school, Ryder, who was unrecognizable by the time she died, and the girl sleeping in front of us now. To me, the people who died in that incident from 10 years ago are the only ones that went through inhuman deaths. But that's wrong. The fire 10 years ago saved me. That cannot be the cause for why Tosaka's criticizing me right now. No, Tosaka, that's not it. I was saved, that's all. Saved? So you were saved from that fire 10 years ago? And that was by Kiritsugu Emiya? Yeah, that's right. But that's it. That isn't the cause for anything. My heart aches when I answer. My body's telling me that's a lie. Then there was something else? Something you're always regretting, or something Kiritsugu Emiya took away from you in compensation for saving you? There's no such thing. Kiritsugu just saved me, and there was nothing to be taken from me. I shouldn't have had anything then. I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn. I don't have repentances about the path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. So why? How did I gain the strong sense of self-awareness that Tosaka speaks of? That is, I'd accepted death. I knew that I was going to die. Even though my body was saved from such a situation, there's no way my mind could have been saved as well. At that time, I just admired something precious, still empty inside. Oh, that's right. I remember now. No, I didn't even put it in my memory. That's why I didn't even realize until now that that's what really saved me. Shiro, So, did he make you sign a contract or something?
No, he didn't take anything away from me. I only received. A world like hell. In a place where every person except for me died, I was saved. Nobody saved me, and I wasn't able to save anyone. In my final moment, he granted something that I thought was a miracle. I remember. His eyes that peered into my eyes, and his voice pleading for me to live. On the verge of death, I thought not about how I was saved, but the fact that someone was there to save me was such a wonderful miracle. That's why I admired it. I had nothing left, not a single thing. That's why I ended up admiring the figure that appeared right before my eyes. That's why I only had that. That's the only emotion I had while being saved. I was happy. I cried. That's all I could think about. So, that's the only emotion I could create. Yeah, you're probably right. It's twisted to prioritize others over myself. There's something seriously wrong with the procedure. But I'm the only one who was saved. I thought about it at that time. That if such a thing happened again, I needed to save everyone in place of all those I couldn't save then.
I'm telling you, that's crazy! Look, if you were saved, take care of yourself! I'm sorry for those who died, but it's just a coincidence that only you were saved. I'd appreciate your luck. You suffered that much, so it'd be a waste if you didn't have fun.
Tosuka is seriously angry. Yeah, that makes me really happy. I finally realize now, since Tosuka's that kind of person. The question I've been wondering about all by myself. I wanted to become a hero of justice, so I always tried to help others. I noticed there was something wrong with that method, but I couldn't understand what. But that became clear so easily, thanks to the person who gets seriously angry for my sake.
What? Do you still not get it even after saying this much? You really make me mad. If you're really that dumb, I'm going to break off our...
No, I get it. I said that you're right.
Then...
But I can't listen to your warning. There's something wrong with me, but it's fine. Because there's no way that wanting to be of help for someone could be a mistake. So, I answer her with as much gratitude as I can. Jeez. I can't say anything if you make a face like that. Tosuka must have felt awkward as she turns her back to me and walks away. And then...
Well, it can't be helped. I guess I'll do something about it for you.
She takes a deep sigh and complains. The sun sets. We return to the hall by the time the gray skies tinted a crimson color. The girl's corpse is not on the mountain of rubble. Tosuka and I just buried her in the courtyard. Perhaps because that's what always happens to servants. The black giant's remains had weathered into sand, but even if it was just sand, we still buried it in the same coffin as the girl. Well, do you have any ideas on what to do now? I'm thinking. The situation got worse again. I have to sort things out a bit.
Yeah. Our strongest enemies, Ilias Vale and Berserker, are gone, but some weird guy appeared instead. There should only be about 7 servants summoned, but he makes 8, right? He doesn't look like a servant that exists. I wonder how Shinji made a contract with such a guy.
The 8th servant, huh? I don't think that man who Shinji brought along can be treated as a servant. The heroic spirit that absolutely dominates over other heroic spirits. He has seemingly an endless supply of noble phantasms and is a demon without any human emotion. Gilgamesh. He's the hero who appears in ancient Mesopotamian myths, right?
Yes, the half-god and half-human hero, the king of Uruk and seeker of immortality. He's said to have been a tyrant who ruled everything in this world, but I didn't think he was that crazy. He defeated Berserker easily, so he might be even stronger than Saber, even with her full powers unleashed.
Tosuka's voice doesn't sound sharp. It doesn't seem like it is, because the new enemy that appeared... It's because the new enemy that appeared is tough. What's wrong, Tosuka? You seem like you want to say something.
Yeah, kinda. He was strong. he has that many noble phantasms, so his power is first class, right? But I was wondering how it actually is. I don't feel that much of a difference between him and Berserker.
Philip with the 8. Chat's been wrong all along. Shido isn't stupid. He's just like the rest of us. Absolutely, positively depressed. Well, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I'm depressed and stupid. So, there's room for both, but... She ponders. Wait, does Tosuka not realize how strong he is?
No. He himself is about as strong as Saber or Berserker, if not weaker. First of all, the strengths of heroic spirits depend on how famous they are in their territory, right? There aren't that many people here that know about Gilgamesh. That's true, but that's true, but the change in ability based on popularity is not that big. It seemed to me like that Goldie is breaking that Goldie is breaking the rules. Tosuka's calling him by a strange nickname. Well, that aside, I love how he just like brushes past, like, okay, you know, I'm not gonna think about that.
He did. All the noble phantasms he had were real. No, they must be the original weapons that the noble phantasms are based on. Gilgamesh is the hero of the oldest myth and a king that indulged in every possible luxury. If that's the case, it's no wonder he possesses all the originals that are the basis of myths from every land.
Oh. Then what? Were the noble phantasms that he used not noble phantasms, but just weapons?
I'd assume so. His noble phantasm itself is most likely his warehouse. His warehouse where he kept all the treasures he collected when he was alive is his noble phantasm.
I see. Then it's natural that Berserker couldn't beat him. Heroic spirits each have their weak point. If he has the originals of all the noble phantasms, then he can just bring out the one that's his opponent's weak point.
That's right. If there were a chance of victory, it'd be that he's not fully mastered each weapon yet. If he's not a bearer that can master his own weapon to its fullest potential, like Saber or Lancer, then I feel like there's still a way to win. Well, that aside. Hey, Tosuka, this has nothing to do with anything, but why is he a Goldie?
Huh? Oh, well, you know, he has golden hair.
What are you saying? Then you would have called Saber that too, Goldie. It sounded like you said that with a lot of meaning behind it. I think you said it because you noticed something else, right?
Huh?
Don't hide it now. You've noticed something, right, Tosuka?
You're wrong. It's nothing serious like what you noticed, so don't pry too much.
Yeah, right. You wouldn't call him Goldie for nothing. Come on, spit it out, Tosuka. I want as much information as possible right now. I stare at Tosuka. After a few seconds, Tosuka must have given up as she lets out a big sigh.
Well, that is... He had a lot of things that were expensive, right? So I thought he was really rich. That's why I called him a Goldie. That Goldie looks like he's living a luxurious life, right?
Tosuka scratches her cheek as she looks off into the distance, laughing uncomfortably. What servant data did you just give me? Was it related to Gilgamesh? I already saw this, I think. Golden Rule A, not in reference to the golden ratio, but rather the fate of obtaining wealth in one's lifetime. A billionaire best described as a Goldie. He will never know financial difficulty nor want for anything. It's fucking awesome. How scary. It seems like anyone rich is considered a Goldie to Tosuka. And what's more scary is that Tosuka will be able to tell that servant's true nature just because he seemed rich.
Anyways, that's another troublesome guy. It's already bad that there's an 8th servant, but he himself is the Joker. Even if we wanted to question Kira as the supervisor, he's missing. Well, Castor is more important right now, so we'll have to put it off until later.
That's right. Castor's storing more power as we speak. Saber, who's resisting Castor's control, won't be able to defy any longer. No. In the worst case, there's a possibility that even Saber is on the enemy's side now. Yeah. We couldn't get Ilias Vale's help, but that doesn't mean we can let her be. At this point, we should think of a way to defeat Castor with just the two of us.
Yeah, I don't have any ideas, but that's all we can do.
Tosuka sighs and sits down on the rubble.
Man, didn't think we'd be having a strategy meeting in a castle. I follow Tosuka's lead and sit down.
Well, we'll be able to stay warm here at night. We might even be able to find the magic item Zilius Vale had. And the moment we let our guard down.
Who? Don't do it. You're going to defeat them just by yourselves? That's impossible, you fools. Who?
Wait, is it? Is it? A fed-up voice echoes from the front entrance.
We jump to our feet right away and face the front.
Yeah! Let's go! It's Lancer!
Fuck! I was hoping, I was crossing my fingers. I was so hope-pilled, and now I'm repaid.
Since that night, huh? It's great to see you both hanging in there.
Lancer! I quickly concentrate and connect my magic circuit. The man that appeared is definitely Lancer. He speared my heart that night 10 days ago. I can't let that happen again. I need to at least let Tosuka escape before he swings that spear.
Shido, get away! I'll distract him, so you run to the second floor. Tosuka, run. I'll hold him back, so you run outside. Hold on. It seems like you weren't listening at all when I told you to value yourself.
She lowers her left hand that she'd pointed at Lancer and points it at me. But even if she threatens me like that, I also have complaints. Don't be ridiculous. I refused, saying that I won't listen to your warnings. It's my role to do fistfights. This is my second time fighting him, so I'm more suited for it than you.
Yeah, right! He's a foot soldier! How can I, the ranged attacker, run away from an enemy without ranged weapons?
That's why! Can't you tell that it's over if he gets close to you? It's fine, just back me up from a distance.
You idiot, I can't back you up. Unfortunately, I don't know any magecraft that's precise. It's obvious that I'm going to blow you away along with him.
Don't come out with that destructive trait of yours. First of all, why do you always try to be so flashy? Try doing something modest for a change. You really can't brush off what Castor said when she said she didn't need you.
What?
And we argue for a few minutes trying to push each other away. Just about when we started to wonder how this started and start to get tired. We noticed Lancer observing us with a smile at the entrance of the castle.
Oh, are you done already? I'm in no hurry, so go ahead, finish. You should let out all your complaints.
I cough in regret and glare at Lancer. I take a half step forward and Tosuka's slightly behind me. Jeez, there wouldn't have been a problem if we had been like this had we been like this from the start.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry to say this after you've reached an agreement, but I'm not here to fight. I just couldn't ignore you guys. I came to butt in so that I can help you guys out a bit.
What? Hold on. What did he just say?
Did I mishear you? It sounded like you said you'd help out.
Oh, is it hard to understand? Then I guess I'll rephrase it. You two are no match for Castor. Since you guys can't beat her, I'm saying I'll give you a hand. My eyes widen, but Tosuka quickly grasps the situation.
Yeah, you really are butting in, Lancer. But let me ask you, is that really your idea?
No, it's my master's order.
Oh shit, he is alive, isn't he? Fuck! He did get away! Fuck, he's alive! Oh god!
He wants someone to cooperate with against Castor since he's alone. Well, we're just making an alliance until we defeat them.
That's a decent reason, but if that's the case, there's a more reliable guy than us.
Is she talking about Shinji and Gilgamesh?
Tosuka seems to be trying to figure out whether Lancer knows about Shinji.
No, that won't do. I don't want to ally with them. I have no complaints about his power, but it's bothersome having to constantly worry about my back.
That's the correct choice, Lancer. But is that also your master's order?
That's wrong as well. I chose you guys out of my interest. It's easier to reach a conclusion when we're acquaintances, right?
He says casually.
It seems like fighting Archer and stabbing me in the heart are the same as becoming acquaintances in his mind.
Hold on, Lancer. I was almost killed by you twice. Yet you think that I'm going to trust your words?
I do. Your commander-in-chief is a good, frank woman. Such a good woman's helping you out, so you must be a curious, good-natured person too, right?
I frown unintentionally. I'm troubled that Tosuka, who's supposed to be my ally, is nodding at Lancer's words.
So that's it. That's why I thought we could cooperate. Oh, let me tell you, but it's not you guys. I'm the one who thought that you guys can cooperate with me.
I honestly can't tell the difference in the way he reworded it. That's some confidence you have. You brought on the proposal, yet you're going to choose?
Yeah, I liked you from the first time I saw you. You're beautiful, stubborn, and brave. If I'm to have a female master, I want one like you.
Lancer looks at Tosuka with cool eyes.
I don't like him for some reason.
Fine, I'm up for it, but it's not decided yet. If Emiya can't trust you, then we'll have to break off negotiations.
You heard her. What'll you do, kid? Your character's being tested. Lancer looks at me, trying to suppress his laughter. My answer is...
No, go fuck yourself. I don't want to.
Alright.
We have to accept his offer. Even if he's an enemy, his argument's correct. Tosuka and I alone can't beat Castor. But there should be some hope if we have Lancer's help. Alright, I also don't have any complaints. I turn off the magic circuits connected to my whole body and relax my shoulders. That's the most sincere thing I can do. That I have no intention to fight. The expression of will that as long as we're cooperating, I can defenselessly show my back to him. I see. This is seriously bad. You must be going through a lot of trouble, young lady.
Oh, can't you tell? I'm glad. Oh, can you tell? I'm glad I finally met someone who understands. I was afraid that things might stay like this until the very end.
That's unfortunate, but he's not bad for a guy. When you're a kid, you can be as stupid as a fool. You can learn stuff and get twisted after that. Lancer answers and walks towards us. There's no scarlet-colored spear in his hand. As if in response to my disarming, he too laid his arms down. We walk into the forest at night.
Who? New servant data? I assume it's for Lancer.
Hey.
Well, okay. I don't know what in particular about it was, but...
We walk into the forest at night. Although we don't know what his intentions are, having Lancer's cooperation now means we don't have to stay at the castle. Lancer must have taken a liking to Tosuka as he keeps messing with her and getting hit by her.
Hey, you have your own master, right? Then you should stay quiet. We're going to go back to being enemies once we defeat Castor, so it does no good to be talking, right? Anything other than strategy meaning is unnecessary.
What? We can't talk because we're going to become enemies? You have less composure than it looks, huh? Should be natural for you to sit down and have a heart-to-heart with someone you get along with, even if they're your enemy.
What era are you from? That kind of I'll kill you tomorrow, but we're friends today stuff's out of style nowadays. You need to be thorough with it if you're gonna do it, or else it's rude to the other party.
Wow, it sure has become a boring world. Lancer never learns. I feel like they've been repeating the same kind of conversation for a while now.
More importantly, Lancer, you know what your role is, right?
Huh? Yeah, I'll lead the way. You two are gonna fight Castor and her master, right? My role's to fight Archer. I'll have to do something about Saber as well in the worst case, but it should be no problem if I just have to hold them down. Lancer speaks objectively. He isn't even scared of fighting both Saber and Archer at the same time. Come to think of it, Saber told me when we were training in the dojo. She said Lancer is the best among the servants when it comes to just surviving. She praised him, saying that he had excellent agility and plentiful combat experience, and that he would be an impregnable defense if he went into defense. He must have fought many battles from disadvantageous positions when he was alive. The aloof man must be a heroic spirit who ran through the jaws of death many times and survived. That's fine, but Archer and Saber aren't the only enemies. There's also Assassin under Castor. That means that you have 3 opponents in the worst case. Oh, that's bad. I don't like that guy. I don't want to fight that guy one-on-one if possible. It's best to finish off a guy like that from afar, but, well, there's no need to worry. Assassin won't show up to the church.
Huh? How can you say so? If Castor's not going back to the Ryudo Temple, then won't she call for Assassin as a guard?
No, Assassin's a servant that Castor summoned, but there are limitations because of that. He's a heroic spirit that was summoned to that place itself. He can't leave Ryudo Temple. And in any case, Castor won't call for him. That thing is a servant that Castor summoned without telling her master. She'll hide it for as long as her master's at the church, and she won't let go of Ryudo Temple so easily either.
She won't let go of Ryudo Temple? So that means...
It's because that mountain is the summoning place of the Holy Grail. Do you know? This is the fifth Holy Grail, but there are only 4 possible places where the Holy Grail can be summoned. 2 of those places are Ryudo Temple and the church. By the way, it was summoned at the church in the Third War. The 4th one was summoned in some plain somewhere.
Oh, I thought you were just happy as long as you're fighting, but you're quite knowledgeable.
My master just happens to be a bit difficult. It's not like I'm interested in your circumstances.
Alright, then this time summoning place is the same place as the first time, huh?
Tosuka mumbles while she ponders. Lancer watches her with delight and walks on in the dark forest. It's deep into the night and the date has long since changed. Dawn should be breaking by the time we get out of this forest and return to town. I mentally prepare myself as I walk. We'll challenge Castor one more time in a few hours. I won't hesitate, even if that girl has become our enemy by then. We'll defeat Castor. I have to accept that that's the top priority right now. We head to the battlefield. No matter what waits for us at the church at daybreak, we can't stop now.
All right.
Oh boy.
Night stay night. Before that, there's just one more conversation. When they get out of the forest and the day breaks, before they head to the church, the girl tells him the fact that she kept hidden. I'll tell you this now, but the pendant that you gave back to me is one of a kind. She doesn't say what that means, and he doesn't pursue it further. That's because this is an unnecessary matter when they're about to go fight their biggest enemy, Castor. Huh, yeah, that does beg the question then of why there were 2. I still don't quite understand that fully myself just yet, but that's interesting. Only one pendant. The one that he found in her room and returned to her. The one that he picked up that night and put into his desk. Now's not the time to be pursuing that contradiction. That's all I have to say. The pendant that you found in my room is something Archer returned to me on the day you were stabbed by Lancer. What the fuck? Ooh, I just assumed that was something that he picked up. The decisive battle is near. The roof of the tall church can be seen in the corner when looking up at the sky. Didn't you remember that part? No, I didn't. I didn't make that connection. Also, like, you have to give me some slack here. This is a long novel, and I've been reading it weeks apart. I'm not gonna remember every single little detail.
Tosuka says she wants to confirm things one last time. Our roles are decided. Lancer will draw Archer and Saber away from Castor. We'll use that opening to fight Castor. In response to Lancer sarcastically asking if we'd be able to defeat Castor. Yeah, I think I can outwit Castor if I can fight her one-on-one.
Oh, yeah, I think I can outwit Castor if I can fight her one-on-one,
Tosuka replies with confidence. I don't know what she means by outwitting her. She wouldn't even tell us if we asked, so it must be a strategy that has a lower success rate if she tells her allies. Then all I need to do is fulfill Tosuka's demands. I'll keep Kuzuki from protecting Castor no matter what. I'll project his swords however many times is necessary to do that. I close my eyes and dive inside myself. The magic circuit that flows inside me is stable. Magecraft beyond one's capacity will destroy the user themselves. The first time, half of my body went numb. The second time's projection was surprisingly easy and had no effect on my body. There's no guarantee that the third time will be the same, but I think there should be no problem if it's just copying his swords. My body's stable. Through sheer awareness alone, I have access to magic circuits that were so difficult to create before.
It's like there's a fake nerve behind my normal nerve, and I'm able to reverse them with just the press of a button. There's part of me that wants to believe it's because I got used to it. I can easily prepare the swords. Projection has become my primary weapon. It's improved greatly compared to 10 days ago. Not only has the control of my magic circuits improved, but even my sword techniques improved. The reason behind it. I stopped myself from thinking about the reason. It's a top priority to defeat Castor and get Saber back. Asking myself stupid questions can come after the battle. My headache gets worse the closer I get to the church. It's just like when I was looking for Tosuka, but I stopped thinking about that. The sunrise is gray. The sunlight's blocked by the clouds, sealing the dawn's brightness. The sky above is cloudy. The sky's closer to black than gray and reminds me of that time 10 years ago. Is it going to start raining soon? A dull white sky. That man was standing under the cloudy sky that smelled like it had just stopped raining.
I knew you'd come.
He stares at Tosuka with cool eyes. Tosuka doesn't say anything and stares back at Archer.
So, what's the plan you prepared? You're not the type to challenge someone without one. Yeah, you're fighting me. I'm surprised. It's only been a few days since you lost me and you already made a contract with a new servant? Good grief. I'm not one to talk, but you're quite fickle. Maybe cutting ties with you is the right thing to do.
It's fine, Shiro. Don't let him provoke you.
She stops me, still staring at Archer. But it's obvious looking at her face. Even if she knows he's provoking her, it doesn't change the fact that those words hurt for Tosuka.
I didn't like you from the start, but it seems you're rotten to the core. Oh? Does betrayal get on your nerves, Lancer? You're not even the one who got betrayed. How faithful of you. I'm not supporting a young lady. I just don't like how there are servants like you. A hero's pride, huh? Jeez, everyone says the same thing. Even that caster has such a ridiculous thing. What honor do you have to protect when you're dead? To be honest, I can't understand how you people think. Yeah, you don't have to. I'll save you the trouble.
Conversation ceases between the two of them. All that's left is Lancer's sharp intent to kill, and Archer's calm intent to kill. They're about 10 meters apart. The knight in red and knight in blue confronting each other is like a reenactment of that night. Lancer.
Oh, Lancer.
Tosuka calls to the blue back.
The blue back. You two go inside. I'll catch up once I beat this guy.
Oh, wait, you two go inside. I'll catch up once I beat this guy. Sorry about that. Just got a little tongue-tied there for a second.
I know, but Lancer, Archer is...
Yeah, I'll go easy on him. I need for him to get on his knees and apologize to you.
Without looking back, he smiles while still staring at Archer.
Thanks. I'm glad you're the one who came to help us.
We go around the two and run to the church. Archer, the guard, casually lets us through. No, he had to let us through. Archer's already confronting Lancer. If he gave us attention in such a situation, he'd get stabbed in the chest by Lancer the next moment. Either he doesn't let us go but gets attacked by Lancer, or he lets us go but confronts Lancer. If he really is guarding this place, the choice should be obvious. We run around the courtyard and open the door to the church without hesitation. Behind us.
Jeez, this is troublesome. What is it? What is, Lancer? Well, I can't go easy after she thanks me like that. That's troubling, right? She's a great master, but I'm not one who's able to betray my master readily. You're rather naive, Lancer. Do you know the saying, the grass is always greener on the other side? Heh, what are you saying? Of course not!
Okay, it's church filter time. We don't have much time. We'll beat Castor before Lancer and Archer settle their match.
I know. We shouldn't waste our breath. So, are you sure I can leave Castor to you, Tosuka?
Yes, I'm sure I'll be thoroughly cornered, but don't help me. You can just try to keep Mr. Kuzuki away as long as possible.
We go past the chapel and head to the door leading to the courtyard. I won't hesitate if Tosuka says so. Most of all, I don't know if I could back Tosuka up, even if she were in trouble. My opponent is Kuzuki. I wouldn't be even able to dodge his first attack if I'm paying attention to Tosuka. Castor's presence is getting closer. She must not even be hiding her powers, as the church is surrounded by Castor's magical energy. With this amount, she must already know about our raid. Trace on. I knit together the illusion as carefully as I can using the 8 steps. I got used to it, as the swords are in both hands within a minute. I feel a light headache. Even though I'm getting used to it, it takes some sort of toll on my body after all. Projection is certainly affecting my body without me realizing it. Is it my imagination? For a moment, I thought Tosuka had hung her head in sorrow while running next to me. We go down through the darkness. We run down the stairs that go underground and go out into the open area. And after that, we jump off the railing of the stairs down to the sanctuary like before.
Oh, you guys are like monkeys jumping down like that. I don't know why you're in such a hurry, but at least use the stairs if you're human.
We land in the sanctuary. This is supposed to be a surprise attack, but Castor greets us with composure. There's Soichiro Kuzuki standing beside Castor. I feel no enmity or bloodlust from him. That's his battle posture. His clear murderous intent is even hiding the dreadfulness of that man. In that regard, he's even more like an assassin than the servant assassin right now. Saber is at the altar. The situation is the same as 2 days ago. Saber is still tied from the ceiling with her head hanging down. I'm relieved we made it, but at the same time it worries me how awfully quiet she is. I feel like Saber was in a bit more in pain before. She was shaking slightly, as if breathing with her whole body to go against Castor's magical energy, but she's silent now, like she's frozen. I have a bad feeling. It's good Assassin's not here, but we won't be able to get out of here alive if my worries are true.
We're here, Castor. I thought things through, but I've decided to have you eliminated. You're an eyesore. You're in my way, you're troublesome, and I don't like the way you dress. You look like you came from the countryside with that purple robe in this day and age. Tosuka insults Castor, who's full of composure, as if refusing to lose against her. Even though she's saying such things, she must actually be feeling the opposite from the way she's slowly closing in on her. Now's not the time for me to be concerned about Saber either. If Tosuka's going to close in on Castor counterclockwise, I'll close in clockwise. Castor and Kuzuki, if we're going to separate them, we have to attack them from both sides and isolate our enemies. You seem to be making a big misunderstanding as someone who was let go. Are all mages nowadays so reckless? No wonder Archer gave up on you. Tosuka's insults must have worked on her, as Castor's glaring only at Tosuka. I use that opening to move. I move to the other side of Tosuka, where I can attack Castor from the other side. Kuzuki watches that in silence. I know it. There's no way that man won't notice something like this. He's aware of everything. The fact that we're trying to defeat them one by one, and the fact that Tosuka has some kind of plan. Even with that in mind, Kuzuki is going to let Castor do as she wishes. It's not like Kuzuki is being manipulated by Castor. He became Castor's master of his own free will. But still, based on his passivity, Kuzuki is close to a puppet. A servant who's skilled in providing backup using magecraft, and a master who's skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Their roles are reversed, and I feel like their way of being is reversed as well. Castor, who persistently seeks the Holy Grail, and the Master protects Castor without his own will. That makes me think without a reason. That if Castor was a master, and Kuzuki was a servant who protected her, that they wouldn't have fallen so low. Tosuka looks over me. It means our positions are perfect. Then, the match will be settled if either of us attacks. Whether Tosuka and I get defeated, or Tosuka defeats Castor before that, our battle with Castor will end here. Let us start then. This is the 3rd time I'm fighting you. I'll settle this for the last time. Tosuka steps in closer to Castor. You're talking big. I doubt it, but do you seriously think you can win against me, young lady? In that case, we don't even need to fight. I shall let you go again this time, so that you can go fix that personality of yours. Of course I can win. Isn't that right? There's no way a first-class mage can lose to a third-class mage like you. Is that so?
Then I suppose it can't be helped. It seems that I need to discipline that arrogant mouth of yours, young lady.
They brace themselves at the same time. With a few meters between them, they look like mirror images. That's the signal. I attack the defenseless caster. And of course, I'm blocked by Kuzuki's blow. The ghost-like assassin's in front of me. I don't have the composure to watch over Tosuka and Caster's fight. He already knows my intentions. He'll not let me buy time. Letting out the snake that cornered even Saber, Soichiro Kuzuki comes to take my life. I can hold him off for a minute at most. That should be the same for Tosuka. Originally, this was a battle with no chance of victory had the roles not been reversed. There's no way we could win against enemies who surpass us in both hand-to-hand combat and magecraft. But looking at it the other way, we can at least put up a fight. Tosuka would be killed in an instant if she fought Kuzuki, and Caster would end me just by pointing at me if I fought her. On the other hand, we might not be able to win, but at least we won't get killed in an instant. In other words, this battle's not about how we can defeat them, but a battle like walking on a tightrope to see how long we can hold off an opponent who's superior to us. Oh. Ah, yes. Going to this fight for a bit.
The lethal weapons cross. The twin swords and spear repeatedly attack, trying to take each other's necks. Those attacks are continuous, without hesitation. Every blow that's released is meant to kill. Lancer is not an exception. Even though he told Rin Tosuka, his ally, that he would take it easy, that becomes secondary once the battle starts. It merely means that if his spear happens to miss Archer's heart and it does not kill him instantly, then he won't finish him off. Even in that case, his enemy will die, but Lancer would need to drag Archer to Rin Tosuka before he does. Lancer does not care what happens after that. The Crimson Demonic Spear invades the enemy's territory. The spear breaks through Archer's defense each time it thrusts. It's different from the battle from before. Archer cannot handle Lancer's attacks that he was able to dodge that night. It's only natural. This is the second battle. Lancer was bound by a certain command spell. To learn his enemy master's strengths, his master told Lancer,
Fight with everyone, but do not defeat them. Survive the battle against someone you're fighting against for the first time, no matter what.
That's the only command he was given. He obeyed such a ridiculous command, and his no-holds-barred battle had finally come. Therefore, there's no way that it's the same as the last battle. There's nothing binding Lancer, and Archer's now fighting the fastest heroic spirit out of all the servants. Anguish escapes from Archer for a second time. Even his hawk-like eyes cannot follow Lancer's spear. The spear's trajectory is no more than a point to start with. That was changing into a flash of light now. He cannot see the tip of the spear closing in on him. Even the movements of Lancer's arms and legs are speeding up to reach the realm that is no longer visible. He was able to dodge this much because he knew Lancer's spear from the last battle. Also still going through original Tsukihime, and they do not have interludes in it. Thank God they were added in FSN and Tsukiri to make things feel more expanded. I agree with that. With the original Tsukihime, sometimes it is a little bit tricky, I guess, though, because a lot of it is... Honestly, like, Tsukihime actually has, like, a lot more mystery going on in it than Fate, I would say. So there are definitely certain things that, like, you'd have to be careful with how you played around with how that's presented, I guess. Especially with regards to some of what certain side characters are off doing in the background. He's doing what he can now, using the fact that he's inferior to Lancer when it comes to hand-to-hand combat as a weapon to handle his fierce attacks. He's adjusting where he gets attacked. The knight in a red cloak limits the attacks by creating fatal openings himself. Of course, he'll die if he does not dodge these attacks. But if he's going to die getting wounds all over his body from trying to avoid an instant death, he'd rather die an instant death with all limbs intact. Otherwise, it will have all been for nothing. Fortunately, Lancer is still underestimating Archer. No, he's simply immersed in the battle itself. If they're going to keep on killing each other with just a difference in ability, then he can think of another 30 ways of showing openings. Predicting the enemy's movements using information gained previously, and breaking the status quo from cultivated battle experience.
That's the mind of steel called the mind's eye that's gained from training. This is nothing deemed as extraordinary. This is the only skill that he possesses. It's not innate like Saber's instinct, but it's a simple weapon that anyone can gain from training in a frank manner. Lancer withdraws his spear and stops for a bit. He observes the disgruntled bowman in red. It's obvious who's going to win. Archer has no chance of victory at hand-to-hand combat. That's something he knew. If Archer is a bowman like his name states, this cannot be a fair fight unless he's shooting from a distance. But he blocked the attacks. He's been at an advantage and should not last a few more blows, but he blocked my full force attacks. Oh, what? Suddenly first-person perspective?
Is he strong or am I going easy on him? I sneer. Archer's a mysterious servant. I should admit that he's strong in that regard. But it's unthinkable that I'm going easy. The first attack was aimed at the neck to blow his face off. The second attack was aimed at the heart to smash his ribcage. There's no way I'm going easy. There's no way, but it's certainly true that I wasn't trying to kill him. What is there in a serious battle? A battle between servants comes down to a battle of noble phantasms. The fact that I'm cornering him without using that fatal attack is proof that I'm going easy. That reason, the cause that seems to be the expression of gratitude that he'd never heard before. Damn. Jeez, am I being serious?
Oh, it switched again slightly, but oh man. The swords clash harder than before. Both parties spring apart with sparks that fly. Lancer's full-force blow, as if he's about to hit himself, is offset by Archer's full-force attack. The distance between them is about 5 meters. With that distance, Lancer would be able to close in an instant.
I don't get it.
The spearman in blue murmurs.
You went under Castor even though you're this strong? You and Rin would be able to defeat Castor.
Lancer stops emitting murderous intent, but there's no opening in his stance. At that, Archer slightly smiles.
I'm surprised. I was wondering what you were going to say, but are you still saying such things? Lancer, I chose the option that has the highest possible chance of victory. No matter what Rin thinks, I decided that there's no other option than this.
His voice, full of confidence, has no sense of guilt. The knight in red actually did not regret betraying his master.
Is that so? It was stupid of me to even ask.
Archer agrees. Lancer snorts and quietly raises the tip of his spear.
You're certainly good at fighting. You should be able to manage well with the path you chose. But that's not the right way. Your sword definitely lacks pride.
His fighting spirit rises. Seeing that, the bowman in red smiles in delight.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't have any pride. But what about it? Will my name as a hero be disgraced? Don't make me laugh, Lancer. I can wash off disgrace with results. You can feed your meaningless pride to the dogs.
In an instant, the slightly relaxed atmosphere completely changes. The air freezes. The demonic spear with magical energy and to disrupt the order of the world and invert cause and effect is raised. The murderous intent that's released is nothing like before. In the midst of the tension where it's difficult to even breathe.
You said dogs, Archer?
The spearman in blue bellows in a voice that could drive crows away from the battlefield.
It's the truth, Cucullin. If you have pride as a hero, you should get rid of it right now. Well said. Then you die first.
Lancer jumps back greatly. It's not the matter of distance to thrust his spear. The distance that opened between them in an instant is over 100 meters. Lancer leaps back to the entrance of this clearing and crouches on all fours like a beast. Archer's 5 senses freeze. Is it fear or awe? Whichever it is, he immediately understood. The meaning of Lancer's retreat. The fact that his enemy's next attack is literally a fatal attack.
You know about Gaybolg's ability, right, Archer?
Lancer, crouching on the ground on all fours, raises his waist. His form is like a sprinter waiting for the starting pistol. Archer does not have the time to answer. The knight in red throws away his swords and immerses himself in his own mind as fast as possible. But will he make it? Lancer's posture. If his demonic spear is like the legend, the noble phantasm that blocks it cannot be superficial.
Here I come. Take this attack as a farewell present.
The Blue Panther runs. Even his afterimage is far away. Lancer sprints towards Archer like the wind. The distance between both parties is 100 meters. Lancer is not going to thrust his spear with that running start. The blue figure crouches. The spearman that ran through 50 meters in an instant suddenly leaps up from the ground. His body flies through the air. He holds up his magical spear that always pierces the heart once it is thrust. Space distorts. According to the legend, that spear scatters numerous arrowheads once it's thrust into the enemy. In other words,
Okay.
the spear of causality respond to the words. The spearman in blue leans back as if drawing a bow. One second. And he slams down that bow with a blow with a roar. It is a noble phantasm that was made to be thrown. The spear that always pierces the heart once it's aimed. The cursed noble phantasm that cannot be avoided and will continue attacking the target every time it is avoided. That is Gable, the spear of destruction possessed by the hero who has never once lost in his lifetime. There is no way to stop that thing that is shot out with all of Lancer's magical energy. It cannot be avoided or dodged. Therefore, it is fatal. There is no way for one to survive once they're targeted by the magical spear. The magical bullet approaches. In a split second, the knight in red closes his eyes as if accepting his death.
I am the bone of my sword.
The thorn of light clashes. The moment the thorn of destruction comes falling from the sky to directly hit the knight in red. Throw Ayas? 7 rings cradling the burning heavens. The true name is spoken, shaking the air. Oh shit! God motherfucking damn! That is how it's... Okay, cool. The spear and shield clash. The spear of death which breaks through every protective wall and evasion. That spear is stopped. The fatal spear is stopped by Archer's noble phantasm, swirling up a storm of wind and scattering debris. The 7 flower petals that appeared from somewhere protect Archer and oppose the magical bullet that tries to shoot him down. Who would know? This protection itself is Ayas. The only thing to have said to have stopped the javelin of the great hero is the shield of Ayas. There are 7 barriers shaped like flower petals, and each layer is as strong as a castle wall. It is a bounded field noble phantasm that is invincible against any projectile weapon targeted towards the user. A thrown spear would surely be defeated by the shield without penetrating even one of the petals. At the very least, Archer does not know of any spear that can break through this shield. And yet, that fatal spear breaks through it effortlessly. The 6th flower petal is destroyed. Only one remains. The magical spear reaches the 7th petal that has never been pierced through and doesn't stop its force. The unstoppable thorn of the magical spear. With that right in front of him. With a roaring spirit, Archer pours all of his magical energy into his own noble phantasm. Lancer, who has landed on the ground, stares at the servant in front of him. Archer has wounds all over his body. His stretched out arm is like a decayed branch. His face is distorted in pain, not only from the wounds on his arm, but from enduring a headache beyond his imagination.
I'm surprised. I did not think there was a spear in the world that could penetrate Ayas. Your spear surpasses the original Gungnir.
The knight in red compliments the spearman in blue from the bottom of his heart. There's no way such a thing would get through to Lancer, his strongest attack.
The attack that made him a hero was blocked. He's so angry that his glare should be able to kill someone. But that anger is almost erased by a strong wonder. It's too strange. It's true that Archer is a mysterious servant. His identity is unknown. He carries twin swords while being a bowman, and even showed a shield that could block Lancer's strongest attack. That's abnormal. Such a hero cannot be found anywhere in this world.
Who are you? I'm just a bowman. Your judgment's not incorrect. Nonsense. A bowman would not have a shield that can block a noble phantasm. It depends. But this is the result. I used up most of my magical energy. One of my arms is destroyed and Ias is completely shattered. Jeez, that was my strongest protection.
Lancer keeps glaring at Archer, who's bantering. Then,
more importantly, have you noticed, Lancer? Castor seems to be unexpectedly struggling. She's no longer supervising us.
Archer adds, raising his arms as if to surrender.
I see. I thought so. So that was your intention from the start. Of course. I told you, right? That I'd only choose the option with the highest success rate. I really hate you.
Lancer says bitterly and turns his back to Archer. His job is done. His role to distract Archer is meaningless now. There's no need for him to support Rin Tosuke any longer. The spearman in blue turns on one heel to return to his master and lays on the grass to observe some more. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, yeah, before we get into this, though, let me look at what they just gave me here. I'm assuming that it's gonna be for Archer. Yep. Oh, no. No. What? No. Interesting. Interesting. But we do see this for Lancer, I see. Cool, cool. Yeah, I wish they did too, Mag. Oh well. I desperately parry the constant flurry of fists. Kusuke's fists are live snakes. Even if I barely dodge them, they change their course of direction to come bite me the moment I avoid them. That's how Saber got seriously injured. Saber was grazed by Kusuke's snake because she had the reflexes to dodge it. But I don't have such reflexes. I can't dodge them, and first of all, I can't even see his fists. I can't see them, so it's impossible to even dodge them. My shoulder, Kusuke's fist, grazes my left collarbone. It's like a sledgehammer. It feels as if my left shoulder's shattered, and I almost dropped my dagger. I stop and bear it, repelling the repeated fists aiming towards my face with the dagger in my right hand. I desperately retreat. I retreat without regard for my appearance while Kusuke closes in without revealing how he advanced. I shiver at his stance. I won't be able to withstand the next attack. It's absurd that I was able to parry all the attacks until now. It doesn't feel real. My misunderstanding of being able to manage with just defense and being a decoy until Tosuka defeats Castor shattered from the first blow. Soichiro Kusuke took our previous battle into account. Before I was able to fend off Kusuke, who attacked Tosuka. So I thought I'd be able to block his attacks if I projected Archer's twin swords. But on the other hand, that means I can't do anything without Archer's swords. Kusuke took that into consideration. This time, the first thing that Kusuke did was to try to take away my twin swords. My right dagger shatters. His fist, strengthened by Castor's magecraft, destroys my sword with just a few blows. Trace on! I immediately replaced the dagger. I can't expect high quality from a forced projection and quickly made swords. As a result, the twin swords that received several attacks lose their accuracy. I can't control my breathing. I frantically block Kuzuki's snake with my twin swords. My body just follows the twin swords. My limbs that copy Archer's movements have far exceeded the limits of my body. And then there's this headache. My body erodes every time my twin swords are destroyed and I project new ones. It's different from using up magical energy. It feels like I lose one of the few magic circuits I have every time I make a new sword. I'm almost out. I might be able to make 2 more. It's over when my magical energy runs out. But first of all, would I even be able to make 2 more? I'm in the air. Kuzuki's right fist, the fist that he hadn't been using, was thrust like a spear. I parried the blow that tried to pierce through my chest and ribcage with my twin swords. In an instant, my twin swords are destroyed, and it seems like I was flung away from the impact. I feel something hard against my back. Must have been flung about 5 meters. I try to resume my breathing and realize I can't breathe. The penetrating impact is numbing my heart. I can't breathe and I can't even move my limbs. Just for a few seconds. During that gap of my heart resuming to work. The devil approaches. This is it. This man would finish me off if I dropped my guard for only a second. With me like this, it'd be more than enough time to kill me 6 times. I glare at my enemy. Even if my limbs don't move, there are still things I can do. I'm not the one who wields swords to start with. My weapon that I fight with has always been magecraft. Then, it's not over yet. My role is to hold Kuzuki down. I can't give up without fulfilling my role. That hitting sound didn't come from in front of me. The structure of the sword that I was imagining disappears. Kuzuki, who was approaching to twist off my neck, stops. That abnormality was behind Kuzuki. It happened to Castor with the altar behind her. Tosuka's also at an advantage. No, the burden is greater than mine, since she clearly understands the difference in their powers. I don't know how to read that one, I'm sorry. Castor points her fingers towards her, full of composure. The magecraft is arrow. Oh, okay, I see. That's how you pronounce it then. Thanks for letting me know after the fact. Castor has no need for incantations. To the witch that lived in the age of gods, she does not need a process to connect herself with the world. Castor is always surrounded by the divine mysteries that make the world go round. For her, magecraft is just something she commands. It is just like ordering a guard dog to attack. Acht! She counters that with her treasured jewels. Oh, okay. She does not have the time to cast a spell, and she cannot match Castor's magecraft with simple spells. Their skills as a mage are far apart as heaven and earth. To bridge that gap, she can only bring out the thing that she's been accumulating for a long time. The crystallization of magical energy that she has stored since she was born the daughter of a mage. She faces the challenge, preparing to use the remaining 9 out of 10 irreplaceable jewels. How brave of you. I didn't think you had such a trump card, young lady. Castor keeps her smile, even though her magecraft is being nullified by pure magical energy. If I recall correctly, Castor's incantations are canonically unpronounceable by modern humans, so don't feel too bad. Well, fair enough. I guess there is a lore reason why I can't read it, actually. It's not my fault. Castor, who can exercise magecraft almost infinitely, and the girl who opposes her using jewels as amplifiers. That difference is obvious. I do not know how many jewels she has, but it should be around 10 or 20. There's no way she can defeat Castor with that amount. Sabin! She neutralizes the electric charge with the 7th jewel. There are 6 jewels left. With 6 more spells from Castor, her trump card will run out. Oh, you dodged them well. So brave. You wouldn't run out of jewels if you were just protecting yourself. Without reacting to the giggling voice, she readies the jewel between her fingers in preparation for the next bullet. Just as Castor says, her jewels would not shatter if she were just protecting herself. Each jewel should be able to block Castor's spell about 3 times. But she couldn't do that. Castor's magecraft covers the sanctuary once it's activated.
Kusuke should be protected by Caster, but he's an exception. If she doesn't counter Caster's Magecraft before it's activated, then Shido Emiya, who's keeping Soichiro Kusuke busy, will burn and die. Therefore, it's meaningless if she only protects herself. She can't let him die like that, and the premise of this strategy is that he stops Kusuke. Oh, you still plan to keep on protecting him? That's quite some conviction, but I wonder how long that will last. The result's clear if all you do is defend, young lady. Artless with the $10. Can't make the stream, but I can't wait to see this later. It's been my favorite stream series. Take my paycheck. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy whenever you get around to it. Caster's finger moves. Sucks. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. That's how it looks, but it's very funny to say either way. Anyway, enough German. Stop doing this to me. I'm just a little gal. I can't. Winter River. That's fine. In response to that, she makes the first move. Her jewels will run out, and she'll be killed if she keeps on defending. Caster's Magecraft and her jewels. If the magical energy contained is the same, then it means that she can beat Caster if she makes the first move. But she cannot surpass Caster's spells. If Rin Tosuka is the fastest without using spells, and can establish Magecraft just by releasing jewels, Caster is also the fastest, and she can create divine mysteries with just one phrase. There's no first move in their battle. This is just a clash of power against power. The first one to lose from the clash and run out of magical energy loses. Then... oh shit.
5th, 3rd, 4th! Finale! Sword of Flame, Synergy!
She just needs to force her way through. She uses her jewels one after another and breaks through Caster's magical energy. Rin aura farming CG. There are 3 jewels released. Additionally, she uses her treasured 4th jewel to add a synergistic effect. That Magecraft is beyond her limits. You cannot use Magecraft surpassing your own tolerance. She herself who told him that is breaking the rule to unleash this attack. The attack would destroy not only the sanctuary, but the entire church had Caster not defended against it. But the witch in purple blocks it like it's nothing. No, it wasn't just that. Caster had swallowed all of her magical energy into her robe. Tosuka stands there in astonishment. Behind her, she can hear the sound of his defeat. The sound of breaking swords and his body slamming against the wall. The match is about to be settled. There's nothing she can do, and her body sways. She staggers forward as if defeated by an inescapable despair. Oh, this is it? You still have more jewels, right? Why don't you try until you run out without giving up? She has no energy to answer. Regardless of how many jewels she has left, this was the best she could do. If that didn't work, not even 100 jewels would be enough to hurt Caster with her Magecraft. I see. It seems you finally realize that you're no match for me no matter what you do. But it was fun, young lady. It's been a while since I competed with Magecraft. Yes, I shall give you value just because of that. She stops herself from falling forward, suppresses her nausea with her hand, and keeps glaring at Caster. Is it vexing? But this is reality. Actually, you should be proud. Even though I did play with you, you forced me to compete in Magecraft. Then Caster points at her, as if to pronounce her death sentence. Disappear. It is a matter of time until that boy is defeated by my master. Before that, let us finish as well. Caster slowly murmurs her death. That opening. She had been waiting for that judgment. Stark. Strengthen. Oh, second. Strengthen. She only needs one phrase to release the spell. She hangs her head and smiles as she murmurs. Huh? I doubt my own eyes for a moment. Tosuka and Caster. Their battle of Magecraft ended with Tosuka's defeat. Tosuka slowly staggered forward as if asking for Caster's forgiveness, and Caster released Magecraft to finish her off. That moment. Tosuka counters the released Magecraft.
That's fine. That's not surprising. The problem is after that. Tosuka punches Caster with a fired up stance. Fuck yeah, let's go! Tosuka throws herself into the hellfire. She counters the release Magecraft and, using it as a distraction, she jumps onto Caster. Caster's surprise is that of a mage. She could not have predicted that the mage that lost in Magecraft would come punching at her. I didn't expect it either, so it must be like blasphemy for Caster, who's an excellent mage. But that isn't just a useless struggle. Tosuka closes in and lands a 1-inch punch, a Chinese martial arts move on Caster's chest. A shattering sound. Tosuka must have strengthened her fist like Kusuke, as her blow easily breaks through Caster's defenses. Holy shit!
You're a mage, and you're fighting barehanded? Tough luck. Self-defense is a required subject for mages nowadays.
I'm honestly fascinated by her coordination. Tosuka drops to the ground right after the 1-inch punch. Putting both hands on the ground, she crouches down to Caster's knees. To Caster, who has no hand-to-hand combat knowledge, it must look like Tosuka disappeared. Then she executes a foot sweep. Her kick using her entire body is explosive, as if trying to kick off Caster's legs. Caster's feet are swept beneath her and lands on her back. But it doesn't stop. After the sweep, Tosuka stands up with her back turned to Caster, uses the turning momentum to jab Caster with an elbow.
Fly!
Tosuka stops her turning and throws a straight punch at Caster, putting her weight into it. Holy shit! Caster's body is blown away. Taking Tosuka's straight punch directly, Caster slammed into the wall like me. Leaning against the wall, Caster pants dizzily.
Got you.
There's a distance between them. Tosuka kicks the ground to cover the few meters between them. The match is settled. Caster cannot move and her wound seems fatal. The battle only lasted for a few seconds. The match is settled within a 5-second interval after I was smashed into the wall when confronting Kusuke. Caster has no energy left to fight back. Tosuka closes in on Caster with saber-like speed and delivers the finishing blow, strengthening for just a few seconds using Magecraft. Tosuka intended to fight Caster close combat from the start. Caster only saw Tosuka as a mage. She acts like she was at a disadvantage so that she could use that opening to achieve her one-time surprise attack. And the plan worked. Caster was deceived by Tosuka and completely lost. Tosuka has won this battle. Yes. Who? No, that's far enough, Tosuka. If not for this man's monstrous athleticism. Oh. Oh shit, is it? If Tosuka running to Caster was like a hurricane, then his speed is like a storm caused by the devil.
No way.
Tosuka stops. In front of Caster, leaning against the wall is Soichiro Kusuke, who was just in front of me until just now.
Oh.
Tosuka moves. The instant Tosuka feels death and immediately shields her face while jumping back. Kusuke's right fist that blew me away strikes Tosuka's face. Tosuka guards her face with both hands and jumped back, but she's sent flying. Tosuka smashed into the wall opposite from me with her arms dangling down as if they're broken.
You missed your chance of victory. It's because of your inexperience that you weren't able to kill her after 4 strikes, he says calmly. But that's not Tosuka's fault. The reason she lost her chance is because of me. If I had stopped Kusuke, Tosuka would have defeated Caster. This is my responsibility. Our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was lost because of my inexperience and Soichiro Kusuke's superior hand-to-hand combat skills. Caster's regained her consciousness. With Kusuke by her side, she extends her awareness to the entire church. It was all for naught. Ambushes won't work on Caster anymore. Tosuka barely has any strength left, and I only have 2 swords left. This is bad. If they use her to attack us in this state, we won't be able to see the light of day ever again. That was close. I have to offer you my thanks, Master. If it wasn't for you, I would have been defeated right there and then. Save it. Wake Saber up now. It seems that they're not the ones who should be underestimated.
They're not ones who should be underestimated, rather, sorry.
Quite the keen observation, Master.
Castor raises her hand and points at her on the altar. She is visibly bound by magical curses, just as Castor is about to set her free.
Right. You know, had you done that just a few seconds faster. Right. If you'd... You know, had you done that just a few seconds faster.
The sound came from above. I can hear the whisper coming from the stairs above me. I have to imagine it's... Castor was the first one that noticed something was wrong. Kuzuki can't tell. Why? Because Kuzuki can't detect traces of magical energy. Castor is on the move. Countless amounts of swords can be seen, floating above Castor's master. Oh, no! I was wrong! I was wrong! Oh, no! Above Soichiro Kuzuki.
Soichiro!
Perhaps Castor understood that she wouldn't be able to block the attack. She now stands in front of her master, trying to shield him from the assault.
Trace on.
I was certain that the voice... Oh, trace on. I was certain that the voice above me uttered such words. The room is now silent. The floating swords turn their gaze upon a single target on the floor and rain down upon them, piercing them. The swords vanish after they've cut through flesh and bone, leaving behind only traces of crimson. She chose to be a shield. Dragging her bloodied body, the woman looks back to the man she tried to protect. Kuzuki says nothing, while his servant stands in front of him with countless piercing wounds. Maybe she feels she doesn't have to hide it anymore. Taking down her hood, the woman shows her real face and slowly approaches her master. Oh, damn. You look quite different than I imagined, actually. Her body is crumbling. At the brink of her death, the woman looks upon her emotionless master. She gently caresses the man's face with her hand.
Master. Are you alright?
Her breath getting shallower with each fading second. Kuzuki shows no changes. He simply utters a short confirmation, and he does not even bother to turn his gaze on Castor.
I'm glad. I just can't afford to see you die.
This is fine. Wait. The woman lets out a smile, realizing that perhaps she's content because of this man.
Truly unfortunate. Just when I'd finally found my wish.
The woman's hand drops down from the man's face. Castor's body starts to disintegrate from her feet. No need for you to... Oh.
No need for you to weep. It simply means I will fulfill your wishes in your stead.
His simple and straight answer makes her smile. She smiles and looks at him like she's staring into a fading dream.
I don't think that would be possible. Because my wish
had already been fulfilled. The Great Witch fades away as she falls to her eternal slumber. Her purple robe falls to the ground. Without its owner, the robe also follows its master and fades into the wind. Not spending a moment looking at Castor, Kuzuki had turned his direction to that guy. To the guy probably standing above me. To the knight wearing a red Wait, what? What? My head hurts. It's not from the burden of projecting too many weapons. It's that chant. The chant that came out of that guy's mouth is attacking my brain with a constant feeling of nausea. Trace on. I'm certain that's what he said. It wasn't Gil. Yeah, I just assumed because I saw all the swords that I was like, oh, of course, Gilgamesh. But no, it was Archer. Oh, well, it was Archer. Which one? You know what I mean. But, I keep telling myself it's not possible for him to whisper those words.
but without a doubt he uttered those exact words. Archer walks down into the church. Tosuka stares at Archer and is probably still doubting her own eyes.
Archer, I thought of the possibility, but did you really?
Archer's not saying a word. He focuses his sight solely on his enemy, Kusuke.
A viper in one's bosom, I say. That was your plan from the very beginning, Archer. Right, but considering that she was one of many legends uttered in Greek mythology, I'd say a Trojan horse would be the more fitting description here.
Archer betrayed Castor right in front of her master, yet he shows no traces of regret facing the same man. Sorry if you hear rustling, by the way. I'm kind of having to nudge this bag out of the way because I need to stretch my fucking leg. Because whenever my knee is up for too long, it starts to get really fucking painful. Like, really bad. Ugh. Archer betrayed Castor right in front of her master, yet he shows no traces of regret facing the same man.
I see. It's Castor's fault for bringing someone like you into our fold.
Even with the traitor standing in front of him, Kusuke shows no changes in his tone. He still has some fight left in him. He's not a mage and he's lost Castor, but Kusuke still has the will to keep his fight going. He resumes his combat stance. Without Castor, Kusuke's combat ability should have decreased drastically. Even if he's still the same dangerous Viper, Castor's boon that turned his fists to steel should have been gone by now. Despite that, Kusuke still decides to face Archer.
I see. I won't stop you if you wish to continue.
Archer takes up his swords. There are unseen sparks between them. The battle's set to begin. What? Is that really for the best? Kusuke said he's not interested in the Holy Grail. He was simply here to accompany Castor, truly a master in name only. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any more reasons for Kusuke to keep fighting now that Castor is gone. Wait, why are you doing this, Kusuke? You were just following what Castor told you to do, right? Castor's not here anymore. You shouldn't have any more reasons to fight. My head hurts so much that my consciousness is fading, but I'm fixing my sights on both of them. Kusuke closes his eyes for but a brief moment and answers.
You're right. I have no reason to fight. Because you see, like you, I'm not interested in this thing that you call the Holy Grail.
Then,
however, this is something that I've started. It means I can't just walk away and not finish what I've started.
it's simple. His answer's plain and simple. The fight begins. This battle between them will probably end in a single encounter. Even if Kusuke possesses martial arts and skills beyond that of a simple human, his opponent is a servant. Simply being better than normal humans is not enough. This fight is just an excuse to tighten up a loose end. This is the fate of the loser. A fight between the two masters is always going to be kill or be killed, so what's going to happen to Kusuke is to be expected. If one's going to have a problem with this, then don't ever step into the war. Even so. Well, yeah. If I can stop them, why shouldn't I try? If there's a way for him to be saved, if there's a way to resolve this without killing, is it so wrong to wish for it? I don't mind being called naive. And I know I'm a hypocrite. To a master, defeating your opponent means killing them. Hold on just a second, sorry, getting a message. Just gonna check this real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. They're all aware of this fact before getting themselves involved thus far. They chose to fight knowing that they'll have to kill or be killed trying. I know how much of a coward I am for wanting to step in and stop them from fighting. And yet, if I had already decided to fight for someone, to help someone, then I can't afford to lose a life when that life can be spared. Stop! The fight is over! You don't have to fight anymore! I try to stop them while enduring my headache. In that moment, Kusuke makes his move. What? Maybe my move gave him an opening. Kusuke shortens the distance between him and Archer in an instant and strikes right between his eyes.
A strike that would have shattered anyone's skull, yet Archer decided not to dodge the deadly attack. A sound can be heard as the attack makes contact with Archer's head. The Red Knight chose to withstand Kusuki's strike, and used the opportunity to pierce through Kusuki's chest. There's only silence.
New servant data. It's not... Yeah, it's not this. Archer. Genuinely, I don't know what new was added. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I see. That was the difference, is that Archer's master thing is blank. It really would be nice if they would highlight the differences. But okay.
No one could utter a sound. Even I am at a loss for words. Soichiro Kusuki is dead. He died on the path he chose, like a ghost who left behind no words of longing nor feelings of regret or hope. My head hurts. I'm not sure if it's because my stress magic circuit's pressing against my nerves, or because I can't forgive Archer for killing Kusuki without even batting an eye, or because I'm mad at myself for being utterly powerless to oppose. Without knowing the cause, the sharp pain in my head gets even sharper. I turn my head towards the sound. With Castor gone, the binding curses should be undone. In front of the altar at the back of the church, Saber hits the floor. Still lying on the floor, Saber's breathing is labored and in pain. Seeing her like that makes me forget about my headache. Saber! I rush towards her. I'm annoyed that even a few meters between me and her feels so far away.
Settle.
Saber looks up. Seeing me running towards her, Saber lets out a sigh of relief. Huh? She suddenly tackles me and sends me flying. A sudden blow from the side. I was knocked down without resisting. My body sent flying and bounces hard against the floor. My back lands first on the floor. I'm still confused by what just happened, but just as I look up, in that moment, I hear the sound of metal clashing again. What I see is Saber armoring up, and right in front of her, on the ground where I had stood, there are multiple swords piercing the floor. Yep, that's what I thought.
I missed.
It's him. He lets out a sound of disappointment as he keeps his sight on Saber. Not even able to stand upright, Saber glares at Archer. The bastard. I don't have to guess the reason. He fired his sword and tried to kill me from behind my back. Saber noticed what he was trying to do and instantly covered for me. Tosaka stands there looking at him dumbfounded, while Saber wields her sword as she's gasping for breath. Even if their positions are different, they harbor the same question. Now that Castor's defeated, why is Archer trying to kill Shido Emiya? Only Archer and I stood unfazed by the interaction. That's right, I'm not surprised at what just happened. We've despised each other from the very beginning. We've stood against each other knowing we will never get along. We both reject each other's existence not even knowing why. Why? The reason behind why we must reject each other. If it's really what I think it is. Of course he would want to kill me. I try to stand up after being knocked to the floor. Saber was pretty desperate. She probably charged into me without being able to hold back. Because of that, she can barely catch her breath. That's why I must stand up. If the Saber I knew were to tackle me, it wouldn't be this weak. Right now, she barely has enough strength to even face me. If she's going to go up against Archer in that body of hers, it'd be no different than suicide.
Archer, what were you thinking?
Tosaka approaches Archer. Of course she's confused. Archer only sided with Castor so he could betray her at the end and kill her. Now that he's succeeded, there's no reason for Archer to attack me.
Your little act is over now, right? Castor's defeated, so I won't allow you to act on your own anymore.
Won't allow? I don't get it.
What? I don't get it. Why must I seek your approval to do anything, especially when you're not my master anymore?
What? Archer?
My contract with you's ended. Now that I'm free, do you think I'd choose to lower myself to be a human's lackey?
Tosuka looks upon Archer like she still can't believe what she's just heard, but then a sudden realization hits her.
Don't tell me. Archer.
I only act for my own goal. However, it'll be a bit troublesome for you to be there.
Tosuka jumps back. She distances herself from Archer and starts running towards me while I'm still trying to stand up. But Tosuka was not able to do that. A storm of swords 2 meters tall is raining down. You can't be fucking serious. The swords come down in a circular pattern, stabbing the floor to create a cage. Okay. A circular cage with barely enough space for a single human. The instant the cage is formed, Tosuka's trapped in the middle of it. Okay, I thought he was just gonna fucking attack her, for fuck's sake.
Now that I've come this far, I won't let you intervene. The contract's severed, so the command spell you've used on me no longer works. That's the only reason I sided with Castor. In order to void the command spell you've used on me, I must also void the contract.
Archer starts walking, turning his back on Tosuka, who's now trapped in a cage of swords. He's not walking towards Saber, but towards me while I still have my knee on the floor.
I knew it. Why, Archer? I knew it. Why, Archer? Are you still trying to kill Shido?
That's right. I will kill Shido Emiya with my own hands. That's my only wish. The wish of a man who's fallen to become a guardian.
What?
Strength is returning to Saber's body. She collects her thoughts, focuses her strength, and shifts herself between Archer and myself.
Archer, don't tell me.
That reminds me, Saber. I think you've once said to me that I don't have the pride of a hero. Of course not. It's impossible for me to harbor such emotion. The only thing that I harbor is the feeling of regret. You see, Saber, I wish I never became a hero.
Saber's will to fight is leaving her body. Maybe she suddenly understood something. Whatever it may be, she no longer has any animosity towards Archer.
I've said enough. Now step aside, King of Knights. You don't have a master anymore, so if you do anything reckless, you'll disappear. Shido Emiya no longer has the right to be a master. Your wish will not be fulfilled even if you help him.
I can't do that. Even if he's not a master anymore, my pact with him still stands. I swore that I would protect him, that I would be his sword. He didn't know anything about the Holy Grail War, yet he answered my one-sided wish. I cannot easily betray that trust.
She holds up her invisible sword, but the brave and gallant knight's nowhere to be seen.
I see. In that case, you can die here along with your false lord.
Swords appear in Archer's hands.
Saber can't even withstand Archer's attack as she is right now. You idiot! Saber, run!
I stand up and try to reach out for Saber. Maybe she's trying to stay away from my reach. Saber focuses all of her strength to her feet and rushes towards Archer. The fight is over after a few rounds of trading blows. The old Saber would have undoubtedly overpowered Archer, but now she can barely swing her sword for seconds before she's down on her knees. Saber doesn't even have a sword in her hand anymore. In an effort to resist Castor's curse, she used up all of her magical energy. For Saber now, even taking in air is an effort. She's facing down, all fours on the floor, and trying her hardest just to maintain her existence. Archer raises his arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to misgender you. He swings his swords down upon the defenseless Saber. I rush in. And muster up all my strength to block Archer's attack. I hold up my two swords. With the weapons I instantly projected in my hand, I fix my sight on the Red Knight.
Well, well. I thought you'd behave for a little bit longer. Guess you really can't stand a woman being killed in front of you.
Shut up. The person you really want to kill is me. Then point your swords at the right person!
The two of us continue to face off with each other. We both hold twin swords in our hands.
Even though our stature may differ, our stance is absolutely identical.
If you mimic someone long enough, eventually no one can tell you apart.
However, can that body of yours withstand using this much magecraft? A clear mockery. But like he said, I'm at my limit. My headache won't stop, and my accelerated magic circuits are at their limit because of my repeated projection. In my current state, if I continue to trade blows with him while maintaining the swords, my brain will explode before he cuts me down.
I told you already. You're not fit to use projection. Using a magecraft not fit for you will only lead to your own destruction. It seems you're paying the price for performing miracles until this point, Shidoemiya.
Archer is charging towards me.
Shut the hell up, you piece of...
At that moment, I meet Archer's swords with my own, with such intensity as it will make me forget about my headache. As if it will make me forget about my headache. I swing my weapons. My movement's simply a mimicry of my opponent's. If my swords are borrowed, so is the skill to wield them. That's why there's no way I can match him. Even if I'm at my peak condition, I'm not able to defeat him. A fake can come close to the real thing, but it will never surpass it. That's why I didn't have a chance to stand up to this man from the beginning. He told me to drown holding on to my ideals. He also told me my life was a lie. I couldn't say anything to him because he was my ideal. The power to realize the impossible. A man who became a heroic spirit after saving so many others. I'm the one who wished to become like that. That's why I can't win. The man standing in front of me is the one who's reached the end of my ideal. If this man is truly the same person who wanted to become stronger to save others, the embodiment of Shidoemiya's ideals. The sword shattered. While I was able to block his attack, I lost my swords in the process. My consciousness is fading. My body's uninjured, but what's inside of my body is bleeding, slowly withering away.
Now do you understand? This is the limit of Shidoemiya. It's a fitting end for someone who's been pushing himself past his limits until today.
He raises his sword. Just when I try to discern which side the sword's going to cut down from with my fading consciousness.
Heed my words! My will creates your...
Wait, my will creates your... Who is...
My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. Oh, okay. And your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and obey my will and reason.
Oh. Nope, never mind.
Heed my words. My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and obey my will and reason.
Tosuka's dignified voice echoes in the church. Maybe he was distracted by that. The strike loses its momentum. If that's the case, even in my current body, I can dodge that attack. I rolled away on the floor to create some distance. Archer clicks his tongue. He doesn't go after me and looks at Saber on the floor.
Then answer me! Thus I shall place my fate by your sword!
Tosuka's reaching her hand out to Saber from the cage of swords. Responding to her call, Saber rushes to Tosuka with all of her strength.
Upon my name as Saber, I hereby accept your oath! Rin, I will acknowledge you as my master!
This is the contract that should have happened. Saber is finally able to get the master she deserves.
Holy shit! Let's fucking go! Saber, Master Rin Tosuka! Holy fucking shit! Oh, this is fucking awesome!
Winds gather and whirl around Saber. Perhaps it's because she's gotten her real power back now that she has a proper master. The Saber facing Archer now is not the same person as before. What is this? I'm not the only one stunned by the sight. Even Archer's enchanted by what's happening. A surge of magical energy and a set of armor that's impervious to damage. That enormous magical energy which is enough to overwhelm anyone is truly infinite. That is Saber. The heroic spirit of the sword that's said to be the most powerful of servants.
I'd intended to have her forge another contract with Rin. This isn't quite how I thought it would go.
Maybe he can't spare any effort on me anymore, but Archer is only focusing on Saber.
And? What are you going to do, Saber? Now that you've formed a contract with Rin, what happens with Shido Emiya going forward is irrelevant to you.
I have told you, Archer. My oath with Shido stands,
Saber says with determination. Irritated by her words, Archer grips his swords.
I could ask the same of you, Archer. What are you going to do? If you still want to kill Shido, you will have to go through me. Now's your chance to rethink your decision. Should you go against me now, well, I'm sure even you understand how slim your chances are.
Saber's words are true. Saber in her condition now could go against Berserker one-on-one and still walk away victorious. It doesn't matter who Archer is. He can't win against Saber. He understands that better than anyone yet.
Look at you, brimming with confidence simply because you regained some magical energy.
Not letting her respond, Archer charges at Saber. Swords clash. A bolt of crimson rushes towards Saber, and Archer swings with all of his might. Saber blocks that attack without even flinching. Their difference in stature and even Archer's sudden burst of speed makes no difference. Saber parries Archer's attack with ease. Yet Archer is the one who falls back despite being on the offense. A single strike with the utmost power and precision. Not only was it blocked, he even lost his balance in the process. Archer falls back without hesitation, seeing an opening. Saber attacks Archer with a fierce onslaught. There's nothing Archer can do other than block Saber's attacks. If he tries to counter, Saber's sword will split his skull in that opening. No, he doesn't even have the spare effort to think about countering. The only resistance allowed for Archer is blocking Saber's attack until he runs out of strength. Even then, that won't last long. The magical energy imbued in Saber's sword is chipping away at Kancho and Bakuya. The twin swords can't stand any more of Saber's attacks, nor does Archer have much strength left. The end came sooner than expected. Not able to withstand Saber's assault, Archer falls down on his knee. Saber stops for a short moment, then swings down her sword. That decisive strike, Archer stopped it with the cross formed by his swords. The fight ends there. While Archer did stop Saber's attack, he can't move another inch. If he lets go even an ounce of his strength, Saber's sword will cut him in half from the skull down. Pouring all of his strength into his arms, Archer stops Saber's strike. Sweat's dripping down Archer's forehead and he's gasping for breath. In contrast, Saber's calm and collected. In close-range combat, it's impossible for an Archer-class servant to win against a Saber-class servant. This is the end for you, Archer. You were worrying about me earlier, but I shall return those words to you. With Castor gone and the rate you've been using your noble phantasm, you shouldn't have much magical energy left. On top of that, you don't have a master, an anchor to stay manifested in this world. You can't even replenish your magical energy. Just what exactly can you do in your current state now?
You don't have to worry about that, Saber. Archer-class servants have a unique skill that let them stay manifested independently. They can survive for at least 2 days even without a master. That's plenty of time for me to kill him.
Why are you still talking about that nonsense? Are you saying your wish is not for the Grail, but to kill Shido?
Archer didn't respond. His cold eyes simply stare at the baffled and troubled Saber.
How can you wish for something like that? Archer, your wish is mistaken. Why? Why would you wish for an end like that? Even if you do something like that, you won't...
Be saved. Saber bites down on her lips before she can finish her sentence.
My wish is mistaken. Huh.
Archer puts more strength into his arms. He stares back at Saber.
Right back at you, Saber. Just how long are you going to still cling to that mistaken wish of yours?
A brief moment of sadness flickers in Archer's eyes as he asks Saber.
Archer.
Saber's grip on her sword weakens. Archer seizes the opportunity to free himself and uses the opening to kick Saber off. Saber was sent backwards from that kick, and she lands with grace. The situation doesn't change from a minute ago. A stalemate between Saber, who's protecting me, and Archer, who has his back turned to the caged Tosuka. The distance between the two is extended to about 5 meters.
Okay. I didn't think I could match your sword skills, but to think it would be this obvious.
The swords in his hands disappear, and he faces Saber empty-handed.
Archer, I take that gesture to be you retreating.
No, and I would stop your assumption. I'm an archer class servant. There are no archers who'd prefer to fight with swords.
After saying that,
I am the bone of my sword.
in a whisper, Archer starts with the incantation.
Stop it, Archer. We still have...
Saber, one day someone will be here to liberate you. It seems that time has yet to arrive, but I'm sure I'll be part of it the next time you're involved. Unknown to death, nor known to life.
The incantation echoes in the church. Nothing changes in the surrounding. An incantation that long will most certainly affect the environment. Magecraft is something that works by exerting influence on the world itself. However, his incantation doesn't do it, but...
Well, that's a topic for next time. I only have one goal right now, and that's to kill Shido Emiya. If you're to stand in my way, then this world I'm creating won't hold back on destroying you.
He raises his left arm. Does that mean he's completing his incantation?
Unlimited blade works.
With a clear phrase, he starts to exert his influence on the world. Flames erupting. The flames trace across the floor as if drawing a line. Does that mean the flames are creating a boundary around the church? The bright luminescence generated by the flame envelops the church. In an instant, the church was replaced by a strange landscape. Oh shit! It's this place. My headache is overpowering my thoughts. I can understand. I can understand this magecraft, this bizarre scenery. It shouldn't be possible for me to understand, but I was able to decipher what is happening in front of my eyes naturally. And that fact is hurting my head more than anything. To sum it up in one word, this is a forge. Burning flames and rotating gears in the sky. Swords with no wielders are scattered across this wasteland. Every blade across this landscape is a famed sword. Even the Kasho and Bakuya he used were weaved from this world. A seemingly infinite projection of weapons. The countless weapons make this place look like a junkyard. And standing in the middle of this wasted kingdom is the Red Knight. What is this? Oh, what is this? There is obvious confusion in Saber's voice. Standing in the cold phantom flame, she looks at the Red Knight, bewildered.
Reality Marble. A forbidden spell that corrodes the world by materializing someone's mental landscape over it. That means not only were you not a swordsman...
Oh, wait. That means that not only were you not a swordsman nor a bowman.
Yes. I was a mage before becoming a heroic spirit when I was alive.
Okay. Tezuka speaks calmly. I see. That line was written then.
Reality Marble. A forbidden spell that corrodes the world by materializing someone's mental landscape over it. That means not only were you not a swordsman nor a bowman.
And then, yeah.
Tezuka speaks calmly. Does that mean she already knew? Maybe she had already discerned Archer's identity?
And Archer, your noble phantasm is...
I don't have anything of the sort. That's because I never possessed any blessed swords or cursed ones. This world is the only thing I have. If a noble phantasm is what represents the essence of a heroic spirit, then this magecraft, this reality marble, is my true noble phantasm. As long as it categorizes as a weapon, I can replicate it and store it in this world simply by looking at the original. That's my ability as heroic spirit.
Saber can't believe what she's heard. She looks around, bewildered, seeing only swords in this wasteland, swords that feel no different from unmarked gravestones. This place filled with wasteland and iron, covered by a lonely gray sky.
Are you telling me this is your world, Archer?
Indeed. Would you like to give it a try, Saber? I'll replicate your sacred sword with absolute detail.
My sacred sword? Are you saying you know what it is, Archer?
Of course. I might not be able to perfectly replicate a sword like that, but I can make one that's close to the real thing. What will happen then? When two sacred swords clash, do you think the bystanders will live to tell the tale?
You... Archer! How could you?
Now you're getting it. So don't go waving around that sword too much, Saber. If you unleash its power, I'll have no choice but to counter it. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be us who would perish, but the bystanders around us. Knowing you'd sacrifice yourself to protect that boy. I probably won't survive after projecting a sacred sword. That means only a single person, Shidoemiya, would survive. Then everything would be for naught.
Archer raises his left arm. At the signal, swords start to levitate behind him.
Don't resist. You won't die if you're lucky. Just ask your master to heal you after my business here is finished.
Archer's finger points at Saber. Countless swords turn and point at Saber. Every single one of those swords is capable of delivering a killing blow.
Feel free to dodge it if you'd like, but just know the man behind you won't be so lucky.
He gives his command to the swords. The infinite amount of swords start their assault. Saber can't afford to move a single inch from her spot. Knowing a single mishap that could be fatal, Saber grips the sword in her hand and strikes down each and every sword that rains down. Trace on. My headache is taking away my ability to think. My magic circuits will only last for one more try. My devastated insides are scorched beyond recognition and on the verge of melting. But all of that stopped mattering from the moment I saw his world. Next thing I know, I'm focusing my strength and running up next to Saber, fixing my eyes on those annoying swords.
Shido, you can't be here! Step back!
Who cares? If my eyes can't keep up with the flurry of swords, then what I need to do now is let my senses take over and analyze them. Even if my head can't process any faster, I'm still pushing beyond its limit. I'm still pushing it beyond its limit. The next wave of swords is coming. It feels as if the hammer of a gun knocks down on the back of my head. Don't... I reach out my left arm. I don't have a shred of doubt. I copied so many up until now. The logic and the method behind what I did was correct.
Give me that bullshit, you bastard!
There's no way that I can't copy the flurry of swords before me. Oh shit. Fragments shatter around us. When I open my eyes, his reality marble, or whatever it's called, was gone. What remains are the scattered fragments of swords and... a hellish feeling of nausea that makes me gag as if I'm about to throw up my own organs. He stares at me with animosity.
Wait, what do you think you're doing? Archer!
Archer grabbed Tosuka out of her cage of swords and restrained her. Tosuka violently moves her body, trying to get away from Archer's grasp. I don't know what he's done, but Archer puts his hand on the back of Tosuka's neck and her consciousness is gone. After that, he decides to leave the church. He holds Tosuka in his arms as he leaps up the stairs that lead to the ground above.
Where do you think you're going, Archer?
To a place that won't be interfered with by anyone. Besides, I ran out of magical energy. I don't have the strength left to finish that boy when you're protecting him.
Why are you taking Rin with you? Is she your hostage?
I wouldn't put it like that. As long as she's with me, that boy has no choice but to follow me. On top of that, Rin's now your master. You might think highly of that boy, but your master's life is irreplaceable.
I'm trying to fight this nausea. Trying hard to hold on so I don't pass out. I respond to his nonsense. Outside of the town. And then, exhausted, I tell him without even looking at him.
What?
I just told you. Head to the forest outside of town. There's an abandoned castle, and if it's there, we won't bother anyone.
Shido?
You have something you want to say to me, right? Fine, let's hear it. There's some things I want to say to you, too. I'm fading in and out of my consciousness. Despite the nauseating sickness, I told him as much.
The forest outside of town. I see. Einsburn Castle. Indeed, no one would interfere with us in that castle. Quite a resolve you have there, Shido Emiya.
Shut up. That's not important. I don't want to hear his flattery. If I have to listen to any more of it, my innards might burst out of my body from the unbearable pain. I dare you to try to lay a finger on Tosaka. If you do, I will kill you even if I have to ask Saber for help. A sharp pain attacks me. I warn him in rage and claw at my head to fight my headache.
Fine. As your reward for the location, I'll guarantee her safety for a day. But I'd advise you to hurry up. I don't have much time since I don't have a master anymore. I won't even last 2 days. If I don't get to kill you before that, who knows? I might kill the hostage out of resentment.
His annoying laughter lingers in my ears as he leaves. I fell down on my knees before I can see him leave. Shido, no matter how much you force yourself, even with your skills, it's too early for you to perform the same level of projection as Archer. She holds me as I fall down. I'm sorry, Saber. I let him take Tosaka. I try to stand up while holding my head. Shido, don't worry about that. Rin is fine. I don't think Archer would lay his hand on her. What you should really worry about is your body. Leave Rin to me. You should just go home and rest. No, we don't have time for... I feel like passing out as I try to finish that sentence. Damn it. I can't believe this. It seems like I don't even have strength left to form words. I will hear you out later. Right now, I must take you back to your house. I assume you don't have a problem with that, right, Shido? Wait, what are you... I don't even have time to say anything back. Saber lends me her shoulder as we're walking towards the stairs. The sky is still gray. We leave the now deserted church.
Oh, so you're done with your business, boy?
There, in the clearing in front of us, is the familiar spearman. Saber glares at him while supporting me. She's so tense she would slash him without hesitation if he took another step. No, you're mistaken, Saber. He helped us. Huh? Do you mean Lancer cooperated with you, Shido? Yeah, that's right. If you can, don't fight him, please. Saber stares at Lancer in astonishment. It seems like he's fully enjoying Saber's reaction. I understand, but why Lancer? Is cooperating with Shido and Rin part of some scheme?
Huh? Oh, are you stupid? Of course I am. I won't help someone unless I'm scheming something secretly.
I knew he was that kind of guy, but he's thorough as he's making fun of Saber as well. What's so funny, Shido?
Was I laughing?
Yes, you were. I suppose I was mistaken. It seems as though I do not need to support you if you're well enough to laugh. It's bad, but that made me feel a bit relieved. Saber's the same as before. Our connection is gone, but she's here just like before. Then, what is there to regret? My bad, I guess. My bad. I guess I let my guard down. Now's not the time, huh? Yes, we should rest for now. Even if we're to get Rin back. Lancer, I do not know what your objective is, but you should be done with your business. Then leave. I will not fight you now. She declares in a dignified manner and goes down to the clearing.
Huh? Hey, everything went well. Or I guess not. What happened, boy?
Archer took Tosaka away. We're just going to get her back. I bear my dizziness and answer, looking into Lancer's eyes.
What? Hold on, what's going on?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any energy left. I can't give such a long explanation, so I should go home and... Archer's objective is to kill Shido. In order to do that, he's abducted my master, Rin, and requested a duel with Shido in exchange. Her safety will not be guaranteed if we do not go to him within a day.
Well, it was helpful of you to explain on my behalf, but there's no point in telling Lancer that, Saber.
Damn, he really did it this time. Then, he takes off his friendly face and grits his teeth. Lancer? Lancer?
So what? He betrayed his young lady not once, but twice?
Yes, that would be the case. What about it?
Don't what about it me. Damn it, I changed my mind. This was the only help I was gonna offer, but let me help you a little longer. I won't be able to have peace of mind like this. Lancer spits out and starts walking. Saber stares at Lancer silently. I understand how she feels. Lancer's back looked as if he was telling us that he'd join us.
I like Lancer. I like him. I'm troubled. What kind of magecraft did you and Rin use to get him on our side?
Saber's voice sounds more shocked than amazed. But unfortunately, I don't have the energy to answer, and my wounds are starting to hurt again. No, first of all, I'm the one who wants to ask that question. Damn. Got another fucking interlude. Whoa!
And I recall his dream. The memory of the man who was set up as a hero. The story of a knight whose end came to a place that I can't reach. That hill is his world. That desolate wasteland that the man obtained by fighting for others. Apparently he died smiling in satisfaction, holding on to this view. He's seriously stupid. Yes, that just makes me seriously mad. He tried his best, worked hard even though he was an ordinary person, and finally obtained a miracle with his own blood. Then it'll be a lie if he doesn't become happy. If he made many people happy, then he had to become happier than all those people combined. But he did not receive such a reward. The only thing he was given was the fate to be used as a guardian after his death. That's right. Why didn't I realize that? Guardians are summoned into every age. Doesn't that mean they're summoned from every age? In other words, from the present and the past. And heroic spirits can even be summoned from the future we've not yet seen. For guardians who are pushed into a position off the axis of time, the concept of time does not exist. At that point, they become a heroic spirit. They sublimate into something other than what they used to be when they were human. Then, it is possible for a guardian to be summoned into the place and age they lived when they were alive. It's vexing when I think about it. It's because neither of them gets salvation. The one that watches his past self, or the one that watches his eventual self. They'll only hurt by how they've changed. I already know the end of this big idiot who tried to be of help to others. He became a guardian by choice. He thought that it was more than he could ask for if he could save people even after he died. He did not have the power to save people when he was alive, but he believed that he could break through any tragedy as a heroic spirit. Thinking so, he made a contract with the world to give his body after death and saved hundreds of lives. He believed that he'd be able to save tens of thousands of people and more after that, but he was betrayed by such hope. Places where heroic spirits and guardians appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by people. Humans are beings that perish by their own doings. That's why the process of destruction should always be the same. He was only summoned to those hells. In the land where the ones he wanted to save were already dead, he killed even more people. The boy who said he just didn't want to see anyone cry could only see humans crying forever. There's only one thing I can say. He's betrayed by many things the whole time. He's been betrayed by many things the whole time. And in the very end, he was even betrayed by the only thing he believed in, his ideal. I'm the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I've created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. That was the only spell he was given. What is that? It makes me so mad that I want to beat his chest and scold him. I, Rin Tosaka, have never had any hardships in my life, so I might not have the right to say it. But I believe in working hard and going through pain. It's wrong not to be rewarded for your battles. That's why I'm angry at his unrewarded life. And most of all, I can't leave him who ended up cursing his life be. As long as you're my servant, I won't do anything other than what I believe in.
I'm not as naive as Shiroemiya, but there are still things that I cannot give up. No matter who it is, I don't have the intention of giving it up. That's right. That's why I swore that as long as I'm his master, I'll believe in my path like he used to do. That's about all I can show him. That's about the only way I can repay him. That might have been meaningless, but at least I do it so that Archer, who lost sight of his own past, could realize that his life was something he can be proud of.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't need to beat around the bush about this one anymore. And this was one of the few things going into the story that I did actually know beforehand. I'm sorry if you were wanting a bit more of a shocked reaction from me about this fact, but it's so like in the cultural zeitgeist surrounding this game at this point that like I couldn't have gone into this without already knowing that these two were the same guy. But oh man, it still fucking hit though. It still fucking hit. Also, I didn't really know the surrounding context either, so I'm still interested to see all of this being talked about now, too. The first thing I notice when I wake from my slumber are the sensations in my limbs. They hurt and I can't move them. I'm tied up. Plus, I'm sitting in a chair and seem to be sleeping in an unnatural position. I don't want to admit it, but I'm in the worst possible situation. To be honest, I can't do anything. My hands are behind the chair and restrained by something like handcuffs. My ankles are the same, and I can't stand from my chair. On top of that, my handcuffs and shackles are magecraft resistant, and my magic circuit's so messed up that I can't even create magical energy. Now that I've confirmed my situation, I check my surroundings. It's cold. The room made of stone has no heater, and it's an abandoned place that hasn't been used for a while. It's dark outside the windows. From the looks of it, it's probably past 10 p.m. or so. So, what are you planning, Archer? I glare into the darkness, the shadows of the pillar. The knight in red is sitting on a pile of rubble.
Nothing. You're just bait to lure Shiroemiya. You should know that.
Shiro would come even if I wasn't here. You should know that.
Yeah, but it would be inconvenient if you were with him. I'll have you stay here quietly until things are settled.
Archer states without appearing in front of me. There's no sign of previous intimacy. He's really a calm assassin now. I see. So you'll kill Shiro no matter what?
Yeah. A naive man like that should be killed right now.
He replies as if it's only natural. The only thing I can see from here is his shadowed side profile. His expression is cold, as if he's wearing a mask. That makes me seriously infuriated. I don't even need to be told that Shiro is naive. I take a breath. It'll end if I say this. Archer will never come back to me if I say that. I take a breath and stare at the man in the shadows. But still, I think that naive part of him is lovable. He needs to be like that. I'm saved by having a guy like him. Philip with the 8. It annoys me that Extra makes the effort to refer to Archer as nameless, yet Fate Grand Order strolls in and goes, anyway, here's Emiya. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I get that, but I also kind of agree with Ferris a little bit, where it's like, Grand Order is kind of like, the whole deal with Grand Order is it is kind of a legacy piece of media in general. It has a lot of its own shit in addition to all of the old shit, but it's also kind of like, this is the Fate game app for Fate nerds, this is the Fate gacha for people who are way too invested in Fate. So like, if you're coming into it, they probably expect you to know this already. But what about you? You did this much, but you think it's wrong to preach a selfish ideal? You fought for others again and again, got betrayed again and again. You were forced to clean up after them again and again. Did you get fed up with humans from that? Did you get fed up with humans from that, Archer? I get even more angry as I speak, and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. Archer doesn't answer. His side profile, consumed in the shadows, is no longer the side profile that I know.
You cannot save everyone.
When I heard that from the man that I believed could save everyone, all I felt was repulsion.
Look, Shadow. A hero of justice can only save those that he's sided with.
I didn't like those words either. I didn't want the person who I thought of as a hero of justice himself to say such realistic things. Since that time, my life has just been trying to overturn those words. There's no need for sacrifices. Nobody will be hurt if you work hard and do your best. My old man must have admired that as well. So...
yeah. I'm relieved.
I can't look away from his final moment. Tosaka said that such a life is distorted. I know. I realized that a long time ago. There's no such world where nobody gets hurt. And there's no happiness where nobody gets hurt. Such a convenient utopia does not exist anywhere in the world. The hero of justice that I'm trying to become is just hypocrisy. There's nothing at the end of helping people. So, I know that without having to be told. It is a false life where neither others nor yourself can be saved. Yeah, even if that's true, I won't let you say it. I don't care if anyone other than him denies it, but I won't let him say it. The same things. We have the same beginnings, and even if I were to turn out like that, no, that's why I have to deny him. So that he doesn't approve of the former Shido Emiya. As long as I'm here, I won't approve of him. Even if this dream is distorted. If I believed in this, and decided that I'll keep on believing in it, then I wake up. I look at the clock right away and see that it's past 11 p.m.
Are you awake, Shido?
Saber says in a calm voice, sitting on her knees. It's already been half a day since we came back from the church. She must have been watching over me the whole time I was unconscious. Yeah, I'm awake. My body's fine. My fatigue went away and my headache's gone. I get up from bed. The sensations in my limbs are back to usual. The magic circuit that I overused is still exhausted, but it hasn't burned up. Are you going, Shido? Saber suddenly asks. The answer is obvious, so I silently nod back. Understood. Then I shall go with you. But Shido, Rin is my master. It's my duty to rescue her. I will stop Archer, so you... No. It's the other way around, Saber. I'll fight Archer. I interrupt Saber. She looks at me uneasily. No, Shido. Archer is your... She hesitates, having a hard time saying it. I know. I think I knew who he was from the first time I met him. I was repulsed by him without reason from the first time we met. I stubbornly hated him, thinking that I could not approve of him. That's only natural. Any person would look away if they're shown their own mistakes. Yeah. But that's why I can't approve of what he did. I have to settle my match with him. I stand up. My body's in great condition. There's only half a day until time is up. I can't spend any more time resting. Shido, I'm not in the position to be able to say this, but please, Saber. I'll fight Archer. I don't want you to help me, no matter what happens. I bow as I ask Saber. No, there is no need to do that, Shido. I shall obey if that is your wish. I swore that I would be your shield. I shall see your fate off until the end. Her answer is perfect. Her dignified voice sweeps away the uneasiness lingering on my mind. Thanks. It's reassuring to know that you'll be watching over me.
Yes, I'm glad that you are you, Shido.
She smiles back. We've prepared for departure now. We leave my house. Who would have thought that we would have to go back to that castle again? Hey, you guys aren't listening to me, huh? What? We both turn around. Yeah. Oh. Come to think of it, Lancer was still here. Oh. You have more free time than I thought. It just slips out. He seems to be aware of it himself, as he doesn't seem to deny it.
Lancer, I do not know what you're scheming, but you have nothing to gain by joining us. Archer is a servant without a master. I do not think that your master would want to defeat him.
Yeah, I know. I have no intention of fighting Archer. I won't interfere with their fight, so don't worry.
Then why are you following us for? If you wish to settle the score with me, we can do it right here.
No, I'll pass on that too. I have no intention of opposing your master. Rather, I want to do her a favor. I want her to be in debt to me.
Saber glares at Lancer, and Lancer aloofly ignores her stare.
Fine, do as you wish. It would help us too if you'll help to rescue Tosuka.
Oh, wait. No, fine, do as you wish. It'd help us too if you were to help rescue Tosuka.
Shido, Lancer is an enemy. You cannot make such rash decisions.
Don't worry about that. He's twisted, but he doesn't lie. And he can't do anything that sneaky. He'd defeat us head on before he'd want to trick us.
That is true, but...
Well, I'll drive him away if you don't want to. But he'll follow us even if we let him be. In that case, it's easier to have him by our side so we can keep an eye on him, right?
You've become quite a smooth talker within just a few days, Shido.
Well, a lot happened. Anyway, that's it, Lancer. We won't concern ourselves with you, so don't bother us either. You're fine with that? Let's go. I call to Lancer, who's watching us with a smile.
Good enough. Wow, you guys make a great pair. Saber's inflexible, just as she looks. It's good you became mature.
That's not true. Shido is the inflexible one. You do not know how much trouble I've been through.
I don't know. What, would you tell me if I ask? Fine. We have a lot of time until we get to the castle. Let's entertain ourselves on the road with your stories.
Why do I have to explain such a thing to you? You have nothing to do with this!
Saber accuses Lancer. Wow. Saber and Lancer really don't get along. I didn't think that Saber would yell like Tosuka. Oh well. Let's get going. We don't have the time to be playing around. We need to get to the castle as soon as possible. I leave the two behind and start walking.
Shido, I'm not playing around!
She must still be all worked up as she yells as she catches up. Lancer keeps his distance from us and follows us aloofly. It's midnight. I am going to take a quick BRB before we get into the rest of this chapter because I have a feeling we're in it for the long haul for a little bit because god damn this one is still fucking going. So I am gonna quickly have a little sip on a drink and have a little bit of sustenance and then probably run to the bathroom really quick. I will do it all very fast. But, yeah. Are we just about to hit day 15? Well, I'll still do that anyway. We're probably going to end up ending partway through 15, I think was the plan. So we'll see how far it ends up going. But anyway, yeah, I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Let's get it.
It's midnight. I know how long it takes to get to the castle from here. We should be able to make it in time. We'll most likely get there by dawn. We head towards the masterless old castle in the forest and start walking in the night.
Oh, you weren't kidding. It literally does save right there. Okay, well. Whatever! Ah, Jesus. Original and fake. Fuck. But yeah, we will be stopping partway through this day somewhere. I'm just gonna be looking for a place to stop off at, basically. And then we will finish Unlimited Blade Works next Friday. Exciting. Kind of ends up working out pretty perfectly because my next weekend is going to be very eventful, to put it lightly. I've been posting about it here and there on social media, so if you follow me on any of them, you've probably been seeing me talking about it. But you see, not this coming Sunday in a couple days, but the Sunday after we would be doing the Unlimited Blade Works finale, will be the final session of a D&D game that I've been part of for literally the past 6 years. So it's kind of gonna be a bit of a stacked weekend in that regard, I suppose. Very high emotions all around. Anywho, it is daybreak. The knight in red is leaning against the pillar and staring at his own arm. He puts strength into his fingertips and clenches his fist. Only about half of his sensations are left. Even though he is a heroic spirit, he cannot maintain his existence without a master that helps him stay in this world. Archer is existing because of a special ability that his class holds, but that is nearing its limit. The knight in red's remaining strength is less than 1/10 of his original powers. His fist lacks strength, and he should slowly start fading if he lets his guard down. But there's no problem. Even if he only has 1/10 of his powers remaining, it is enough to finish Shido Emiya off. Considering the difference in their abilities, this is not even a handicap. Therefore, it will end once they fight. His one and only objective will be accomplished here. That's right. He's been waiting for this moment. He's endured the endless repetition, hoping for this chance. He can only wait for a miracle that would not usually be able to occur, with a possibility close to 0. And his wish is granted. No, it is about to be granted. He does not care about what awaits him afterwards. He will kill his own self with his own hands. That wish, which doesn't have enough of a future to be hope, is what kept him going after he wore out. Was it long? Or wasn't an instant? He's an existence that... Wait, was it long or was it an instant? I don't know. He's an existence that disappears after each summoning to start with. His memory does not remain intact, whether he repeats that cycle 100 times or 1,000 times. It only stays in his body as knowledge. Heroic spirits know about other heroic spirits because they've accumulated knowledge. It is just like a book. Every time they are summoned, the book with its history is sent to its home. They remain in the house and read the books that are sent. What is troubling is that one at the house does not know when those books are sent. The past or future does not matter. All the books are already in this room. His only way of measuring time is to read the records of his cleaning that he will carry out. It makes no difference whether it's an eternity or an instant. An eternity is an instant, and an instant is an eternity. Therefore, he does not know how rare this miracle is. He doesn't know whether it was the first time or 1,000th time he was summoned since he gained this hope. All he has is this unordered knowledge. The future, past, and present are all things that heroic spirits don't have.
Visitor, eh? I chose this place since I was told there would be no interruptions here.
The knight in red suddenly gets up. Did his ears hear an intruder? Footsteps echo throughout the castle that should be silent.
Wow, I'm surprised, Tosuka. I was skeptical, but you're actually here.
Fucking hell, god damn it. The voice echoes. The boy who entered rudely is Shinji Mato.
Hey now, no funny business, Archer. I have no business with you. You don't have any business with Tosuka either, right? Then isn't it meaningless for us to fight here?
Shinji Mato walks over with light steps. He's looking at Rin Tosuka, who's tied to a chair. The girl doesn't say anything and stares at the intruder while being tied up. That must make him pleased. Shinji Mato licks his lips in satisfaction and walks to the girl.
What?
Shinji Mato glances in annoyance at the knight who's staring down at him in silence.
What, you want to fight? Are you serious? You'd be no match for me.
Shinji Mato smiles and returns to the entrance. There stands the golden-haired boy, the eighth servant, Gilgamesh. He himself is a disaster. The golden servant looks at the knight with cool eyes. But within them, the red eyes distorted from his smile only have the intention to murder the enemy in front of him. The knight in red is still silent. It makes no difference whether Shinji Mato appears or the strongest servant in front of him is ready to attack him. The knight calmly stares at the uninvited enemies.
You're scared, right, Archer? It's fine, nothing to be ashamed of. He's the servant who killed Berserker without difficulty. It's natural for you to be scared. Do you want Rin, Shinji Mato? Huh? Yeah, of course. There's no other reason for me to come close to this castle. I see. Then wait until things are over. I'll give her to you once I get rid of Shido Emiya. She's mine until then. It cannot be helped if you cannot compromise on that. It's regrettable, but you'll die here, Gilgamesh.
The knight in red declares, still staring at the golden servant.
Very funny, fool.
Was that statement itself good enough reason for the man to kill Archer? The golden servant identifies the knight in red in front of him as a target he must kill.
Wait, Gilgamesh, don't be rash. Let's be smart. Come on. He's saying he'll give her to me, so I'll let him. Archer doesn't have a master. I'm sure there's no master who would form a contract with him after how many times he's betrayed people, so he'll disappear if we let him be. I can take Tosuka after that.
Shinji Mato stares at the red knight, still smiling. His eyes look as if he's enjoying the fate of one who's about to disappear soon.
How smart, Shinji Mato. That decision's accurate. In that regard, you are most suitable as a master. Oh, you show promise. What a waste. I would have formed a contract with you had you come to me.
Stepping away from the knight in red, Shinji Mato claps his hands happily.
But I'm sorry. I don't need any more servants. It's unfortunate, but you'll have to disappear here. You do not need to tell me. So, what will you do? Will you fight me or wait until I disappear? Yeah, I'll wait. We'll protect Tosuka until you get rid of Emiya. But that's right. In that case, that thing's mine already, right? Then don't you think I can do anything to her now?
He looks at the knight in red and Rin Tosuka with snake-like eyes. Those words test the loyalty of the knight in red. To that,
the agreement with Shido Emiya was that she will not be harmed, but that will disappear by dawn. You can do as you wish once the time comes.
I hope Shinji dies again. The knight in red answers in an emotionless voice.
Do you hear that, Tosuka? Your servant's selling off his master.
Sneering laughter echoes through the dingy room. The red knight leaves the room as if he has no interest. He passes by Gilgamesh. He goes into the hallway, ignoring the red eyes that look at him amused. At that moment,
Faker.
The King of Heroes says, mocking him.
Faker? I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my... I'll make you eat those words!
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's like a sleeper cell activation. It just goes off in my brain unwillingly.
Dawn approaches. Our conversation dies off as we head deeper into the woods and the silence weighs heavily. Once I'm through the forest, I, Shido Emiya, will settle the score with that man. I have no chance of victory, my defeat certain. I'm well aware that I'll be slaughtered as soon as we cross swords. I don't feel fear, but not out of defiance or determination. I might die, but he's long dead. The moment I realized this, I knew that I was no different. There's no longer any point in feeling gloomy about my own death. I pass the castle gate. Saber's expression is dark. She knows what sort of fight awaits me. She's troubled by me, and him. No matter who lives or falls, the same man will disappear. She's in anguish, unsure whether she should put a stop to this absurd duel. She glances skyward. Her eyes look severe, or perhaps angry that such a vain battle must be fought. We come to a great ruined hall. Morning mist shrouds the ground to be our mutual resting place.
You're here. You sure took your sweet time, Shido Emiya.
His icy voice rings through the air. Its familiar baritone comes from the second story. The man stands there atop crumbling stairs that culminate in a sunlit plateau. His crimson cloak seems distant and hazy. But I can see him. I can make out every exact detail of my enemy. We share the same eagle eyes, after all. He's the servant assigned to the role of archer. He's a bowman, yet not a bowman, a contradictory person who possesses a vast number of noble phantasms and hurls them out unsparingly. All of his noble phantasms are replicas, and his personal noble phantasm is the ability to create infinite swords. I was the only one who failed to realize his identity. Heroic spirits are summoned from all eras. If the past doesn't contain an appropriate hero, then one might be born in the future. I finally realized that there can't be two pendants. It's always been...
That's right. You held on to it as a keepsake of your savior for the rest of your life. It's the one and only memento of Rin Tosuka's late father.
It's a paradox for two of them to exist. If Shido Emiya held on to the pendant for the rest of his life, then...
A catalyst is needed to summon a heroic spirit. There must be a connection between summoner and heroic spirit, just as there was with you and Saber. Rin Tosuka did not use a catalyst to summon her heroic spirit. She assumed that she summoned a servant she had no relation to whatsoever. But heroic spirits are never summoned by coincidence. There must be a material connection between summoner and spirit.
If that's true, then there's only one explanation. Tosuka didn't have anything to connect herself to Archer, but... Yes.
Yes. This only happened because the heroic spirit had a catalyst connecting itself to the summoner.
That tiny gem, of which there is only one in the world. Someone saved my life and I never found out who, but I kept the pendant with me, assuming it must have belonged to my savior. That's the answer. He has Tosuka's pendant, which makes him... the heroic spirit, Emiya, my future self. The man standing before me perfected Shido Emiya's incomplete abilities and achieved my ideals. The red-clad knight looks down at me from the top of the stairs. Oh, man. There's no sign of anyone else around. Only he and I stand here in this hall. Archer, where's Tosuka?
I left the girl somewhere in the castle. You should hurry if you're worried about her. You took so long getting here that I gave her to Shinji Mato first.
You... what?
I kept my promise to you. I haven't harmed her. But it's no business of mine what anyone else tries to do with her. Still, I can hazard a guess. Shinji Mato feels lust and animosity towards Rin Tosuka. One hardly needs to imagine what might happen to Rin under his watch. The little brat might be losing his temper at her provocations as we speak.
My blood boils. How can he just talk about her like that?
Settle down, laddie. You can leave the last to me. I'll rescue her right away, don't you fret. Huh? Lancer? It's an order from my master. I'm working with you because I won't let the last die. I gotta say, this has been more comfortable than I thought. Yesterday's work wasn't bad. It's not often I have a job that I actually like. With that flippant remark, Lancer ignores Archer and heads for the western terrace. Lancer. Don't worry about it. I'm just doing this as a hobby. All of my orders until now have left a bad taste in my mouth, you see. So I'll see this one all the way through. You can worry about your own mess. Yeah. Take care of Tosuka. Lancer departs with an eye. But then, he stops and turns as if remembering something. Boy, what about you, Saber? Aren't you coming with? Saber looks pained. No, I will remain here, Lancer. Her response isn't what you'd expect from a servant. You serious? Your current master is that lassie. You're only supposed to protect your master.
I know that, but I want to stay here. I must bear witness to this battle.
Yeah? You do that then.
Lancer disappears. The blue-clad spearman easily leaps up to the second-story terrace and disappears down the hallway without another glance. Archer doesn't make any move to stop him. Tosuka seems to have outlived her usefulness to him. I step forward through the rubble. I'm headed for the middle of the hall, at the bottom of the stairs. Saber stays where she is. She intends to watch us fight, and keeps her emotions in check.
You won't interfere then? I appreciate that, Saber. It would have been pointless to sever my contract with Rin only for you to get in my way later.
I can hear her hesitate. She inhales slightly and answers the man standing at the top of the stairs.
No. Whatever happens, I will not intervene in your duel with Shiro.
Good. Then I can kill the boy at my leisure.
Yes. But I want you to answer me this, Archer. Why are you trying to kill Shiro?
No particular reason. I can't accept his existence, just as he can't accept mine.
That can't be true. You are Shiro himself. Are you not the person who embodies Shiro Emiya's ideals and became a hero? Why would you try to kill yourself?
Why do you think that? The immature Shiro Emiya is a completely distinct entity from the hero called Emiya. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to exist at the same time.
But that's only because you're a servant. I heard that once you became a guardian separate from the time axis, you can be summoned into the era in which you lived. You are Shiro. You should be the very image of what he imagines and strives to become. So why?
Why did you turn out so differently? I can hear her anguished question even if she doesn't say the words aloud. He starts down the stairs without answering. He can't answer. If he could, then we wouldn't be here trying to settle things by force.
Archer!
Saber challenges him without actually stepping forward. It's all right, Saber. You can back off. With one hand, I gesture for her to move back to the entrance.
But Shiro...
I appreciate the thought, really. But we're beyond words now. His only goal from the start's been to kill me.
Saber bites her lip in distress. She looks at me and then Archer as he descends the stairs to the hall.
Why, Archer? I don't understand. I've heard that guardians are heroic spirits who protect humanity after death. Why would you think of killing yourself instead?
Guardians.
Archer stops and looks down at Saber emotionlessly. The word seems to have struck a nerve with him.
You're wrong, Saber. Guardians don't protect humanity. They're just cleaners. They aren't the heroes I aspired to be at all.
His voice changes. Hatred and scorn tinge his dispassionate tone.
Archer.
I indeed became the heroic spirit that Shiro Emiya always aspired to be.
A hero of justice. Someone who always does the right thing and doesn't let anyone get hurt. The kind of person that Shiro Emiya has always wanted to be, who doesn't retreat from any disaster and saves everyone equally. Is he saying,
that he achieved that ideal?
Archer?
Yeah, I've saved many people. I did whatever was in my power to live up to my ideals, and I even saved the world. A hero, they called me. I finally achieved the status that I'd yearned for all my life.
If you became a hero, then Shiro's effort was rewarded, right? At the very least, you were here because Shiro Emiya's ideals were realized. Then you shouldn't have any regrets, if that really did happen.
Her verbal challenge doesn't have much force behind it. She already knows. She's aware that her words are merely wishful thinking.
You ask if I realized my ideals. I did act according to my ideals and always did what was right. But at the end of that path, all I gained was regret. Only death awaited me at the end. I killed and killed and killed. I killed people to carry out my ideals, scattering innocent lives like so much dust, and saving thousands of times the number of people I killed.
Saber stares up at Archer in shock, almost as if she's looking into a mirror.
I don't know how many times I've repeated that, Saber. I fought as many times as was asked of me, and I threw myself into mortal danger as long as there was a conflict to be found. I've done it too many times to count. I didn't have a choice. When you save someone, there will always be someone else who isn't saved. The end of the battle only gives rise to new conflict. As long as that exists, so will heroes.
I wonder who this lecture is directed at. The knight describes his past as he slowly descends the stairs.
That's why I killed. I trampled dozens of wishes to save a single person. Then I ignored even more people to save those who I trampled on. I killed the hopes of dozens of people, saved those whom I could see, and killed the wishes of even more. In my pathetic hubris, I told myself each time that it'd be the last time, that no one else would be sad anymore, but there was never a last time. As long as I was alive, I saw conflict no matter where I went. There was no end to it. It's not that I dreamed of a world without conflict, but I just didn't want anyone to cry in the world that I knew.
Without a doubt, that was my very own dream.
When you save one person, your perspective expands. Next time it's 10. After that, 100. And how many after that? That's when I realized that Shiro Emiya was clinging to a mere feel-good idealism.
Why would you say that?
Don't ask me something that you already know, Saber. You've experienced it many times yourself. It's impossible to save everyone. Some people must be allowed to die to save a kingdom. You encountered that reality on a daily basis, I'm sure.
The Red Knight's words stun Saber into silence, sapping her of the will to disagree. They must reflect Saber's inner darkness, too.
That's right. There are only so many seats at the table. You can never provide enough chairs for everyone to sit in. You can't save everyone, so some must be sacrificed. To do that, I killed those few leftover people with my own hands as quickly as possible to minimize the number of casualties. That's how a hero of justice, a man who always does right by his ideals, should behave.
A wish for no one to be sad. An ideal to save as many people as possible. If someone holds both of these ideals, then there's only one path to take once they contradict each other. A hero of justice can only save the people he's decided to save. If trying to save everyone means saving nobody, then saving as many people as you can with the minimum sacrifice is the right choice.
A hero saves a lot of people. Isn't that right? That's why I killed. I had someone die for the greater good, all while wishing that nobody would die. I brought despair to people while saying that no one would be sad anymore. In time, I got used to it. I betrayed my principles in my effort to live up to them. I only saved the people I chose to save while swiftly slaughtering those who opposed me. By allowing someone to be sacrificed, I stayed true to my old ideals. That's who the hero Emiya really is. So, don't you think the world would be better off if such a man died sooner?
He's right. A superhero can only save the people he's decided to save. However, who ended up betraying those words in the end?
I don't believe you. Even if that was true, I think that you would only be willing to sacrifice yourself to stay true to your ideals.
Archer stops again. For just an instant, a pained frown clouds his face.
You didn't betray your ideals, you were betrayed by them and merely lost your way. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying to kill yourself to atone for your sins.
His sardonic grin disappears. Archer fixes Saber with a cold glare and... breaks into uproarious laughter, as if she's just said something hilarious.
Now that was classic. You think I'm atoning for my sins? Don't be ridiculous, Saber. I have no sins to be punished for, nor do I recall forcing such irresponsible matters onto anyone else.
The Red Knight remains deadly calm. Only his low chuckle reverberates through the hall.
That's right, Saber. I was betrayed and deceived many times. I was even framed for the crimes of a man whom I saved. I put my life on the line to end a war, and ended up in the gallows after they accused me of masterminding the bloodshed. See? If I was guilty of anything, surely I paid for it in that moment.
That can't be, Archer. Then in the end, you...
That's about it. But I didn't mind it at all. I never did any of it out of gratitude. I never asked to be glorified as a hero. Did any of it for gratitude, rather.
I never asked to be glorified as a hero. I just wanted an outcome where everyone would be happy. But it never happened. Not during my life, nor after my death.
His laughter is gone. Now his words are tinged only with hatred.
Guardians are a neutral power which prioritizes the survival of the ruling species. That power exists in a higher place, and descends when the human world is threatened. I knew it was no different than slavery. I agreed to a fate of nothingness, to give up on my soul to the Guardians and be removed from the time axis. As long as it meant that someone else would be saved. In the past, I couldn't keep my vow as Shidoemiya, so I thought that if I became a Guardian and joined a force that prevents humanity's destruction, that would be for the best. But the truth was different. Guardians don't save anyone. All they do is mop up. They exist only to use their power to erase everything humans have committed after the fact. They don't save people. They erase anyone who would do harm to the world, be they good or evil. Guardians are mass murderers who eliminate people in despair rather than saving them so that others enjoying their lives elsewhere may continue to live. It's completely absurd. How is that any different from anything else I've done?
It's not different at all. In fact, it only created more despair. He couldn't make his dream come true on his own, so he devoted himself to a greater power, and he still ended up in the same place. He thought that a higher power might be able to grant his wish, but it was just a larger version of what he'd already been doing.
Is that what you've been carrying this whole time, Archer?
I got used to that too. Humans are creatures of habit. The strong take from the weak in every era, and I learned that it was the most efficient way to prosper. I saw it so many times. Meaningless slaughter, pointless equality, and worthless happiness. I was forced to see it even when I didn't want to. Once I became a Guardian, I lost my free will. I was summoned by the will of humans to clean up their own messes. That's the conclusion he arrived at. An existence that erases the despair other humans make. Guardians don't save anyone. They just erase the existence of people who aren't saved. Over and over. Whenever they see humans do something that causes their own destruction, they show up and burn it all. The man became a hero thinking he could save as many people as possible, but in the end that wish never came true. It was all wrong. That wasn't what I wished for. That's not what I became a Guardian to do!
The rage in his voice is probably directed at himself. The man that stands before us is a worn-down wreck. The hero, Emiya, was perpetually shown the ugliness of the people he wanted to save. In the end, he felt hatred. Hatred at his past self for valuing the humans who just kept taking from each other. I'm tired of cleaning up humanity's messes. But there's no way out of this cycle now that I'm a Guardian.
except for one.
His cold eyes gleam with an unshakable bloodlust. They aren't looking at Saber. Archer's sole objective is to erase himself. However, ever since he died, he can't erase the original Amiya that existed in a place outside of the time axis. It's impossible to erase someone who's become a guardian. Guardians are of the void. There's no point in killing someone who doesn't exist on this world's axis. However, if it were possible, there would only be one way. If he were to kill himself before he became a hero, then that hero would never be born. Therefore,
So you're going to kill Shiro? With your own hands?
Yes. I've been waiting for this chance. The probability of it happening was nearly zero, but I still gambled on it. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. I continued working as a guardian, hoping for this opportunity to come.
It won't work, Archer. You already exist as a guardian, so it's too late. Even if you were to kill Shiro Emiya now, you yourself wouldn't disappear.
Maybe you're right, but there's still a possibility that it could work. It may be impossible to alter the past, but if I do it myself, the paradox might become too large. So large, perhaps, that the hero Emiya would simply cease to exist. Besides, Saber, I've only carried on as a guardian this long because I was waiting for this moment. I'm not about to have any sudden hope for a saving grace. I'm just taking out my anger on this boy Shido Emiya who acts like a clown for his pathetic ideals.
and then the Red Knight steps into the same hall that I'm in. Only he and I stand amid the rubble. No obstacles separate us. Our reasons for being here are simple. He wants to kill me, and I can't stand him, so I'm going to kick his ass. I step into the center of the hall. A few more steps and there will be no going back. Before that, Archer, do you regret it? There's one question I need to ask him.
Of course I do. No. You never should have tried to be a hero of justice.
He spits the words out like venom. That's the last push I need. I see. Then we're two different people. What? I don't regret anything. No matter what happens, I won't regret this path. That's why I will never accept you. If you claim to be my ideal self, then I'll strike down those flawed ideals with my own hands. That's how I've lived. I've come this far believing that it was right. It probably is mostly pride, like he said. I've lost more than I've gained. But still, Shido Emiya won't back down, not even for what he's lost. I advance. A circuit in the back of my mind has already begun to sketch a blueprint.
That way of thinking is the root of it all. One day you'll catch up to me.
Like hell I will.
Oh? So you'll let me kill you here then?
I step towards my enemy. We're close enough to cross swords now. Neither of us are armed. We're going to go at it barehanded. Shido Emiya isn't a swordsman. We make swords. So.
Looks like you understand. A battle with me means a sword-making competition.
His hands grip a pair of swords. That night, that simple pair of blades that took my breath away at Ryudo Temple. They were rare masterworks forged by a famous smith at the cost of his wife's life.
Trace on.
It was actually Shido. I thought that they were doing it. Okay. It doesn't matter. They're both doing it. Who gives a shit? I initiate my prepared blueprint and replicate the swords just by visualizing them. They're so flawed. My swords, which I thought were perfect, are terribly vague compared to his. My inferior imagination has produced a degraded delusion. Most likely, they'll shatter against his swords. Yeah, it's Shido's voice either way. True! True! I take another step forward. A deliberate, firm step. Rubble crumbles beneath my feet. The sound seems to declare a start to the duel.
Can you keep up with my replication? The instant your precision drops, you'll die.
Our swords confront each other. An identical pair of weapons, 4 blades, overlap as if attracted by magnetic force and clash. Okay, you're gonna drop an interlude right there, huh? I see. Well, honestly, though, I think that might actually be a very good point to stop at. That's like a really good, like, solid cliffhanger leading right into the action, so I think, honestly, that might actually be a good point to stop. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's what I'm thinking. Agreed. Okay, yeah. I think then, yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Okay, I'll go ahead and save here. Yeah. In the interest of keeping things within the time, and then we'll barrel through all the rest next Friday, baby. So, yeah, that'll be fun. I'm excited. I think that this was a really good section of story. I really, really enjoyed that. Well, as always, of course, I will be going through art now. So, give me just 1 second. I will get that up. Also, give me just a second to get up background music. No. Hold up. I'll just put that there. Yeah, I think that probably works. Okay. Anywho. Yeah, but yeah, next Friday will almost certainly be the finale of the route, so at least that's what I'm planning to make it anyway. But yeah. Okay. Anyhow, let me get up art now. Alrighty, got that. There's very, very good memes in the tag this week. Alrighty. Thank you for letting me know, Bird. Just refreshed and saw it. Okay. So we got this. Got this. Now let's hop over to the Discord to check that real quick. Alright. Stream art channel, there it is. Oh yes, thank you, Dav, for reposting. And I guess that should probably be it, unless something ends up coming in while we're in the middle, so just let me know if it does. Anywho, let's get this fan art tab up. Alright, so starting off once again with some wonderful stuff from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. I wanted to post this last week, but I couldn't as some personal stuff happened. God, I hate bureaucracy. You and me both. So my sketches will be a week delayed. Oh well, here's a sketch of Castor and her weird dagger. Very good. Honestly, I think it lines up anyway, considering, like, yeah, sure, a lot of stuff happened this week, but we did say goodbye to Castor again, so, I mean, hey, why not? Why not give Castor her moment as well? So,
But yeah, very good as always. Really like the posing here and everything. And also, Weird Dagger is always fun. Excellent work as always, Chiyoko. Glad to see your art back. Moving on, we have some memes by Annie at Almighty Rose an Idiot on Blue Sky. Some low-effort memes I made while I had a cold. One to commiserate Kirei's death, one in the event he comes back, and one based on a recurring thought I had during Fate Route. So first we have, sorry, but there can only be one stoic yet hilarious character per route. You died! Like, the angry face! And then, I lived, bitch. That's fucking awesome. But very good. And then,
Whoa, she's bisexual. I didn't know that.
by the way, I'm bisexual. Archer, help, how do you turn this thing off? The fucking TV screen. Really good. Thank you for your wonderful memes. Moving on over to Tumblr, we have this from Dingo's Trash. Decided to redraw an oldie from when I was first getting into Fate. Sakura, my sweet baby, I'm so sorry you get no screen time in the first routes. Original reference for this is the Space Goes Coast to Coast bit.
Well, it's time for me to become an irrelevant character. This isn't so bad.
the little, like, arms flopped out and also, like, her cheek on the floor. That's so cute. That's very good. Oh, jeez. That's very good. I quite like this one, Dingo. This is very fun. I haven't seen you do like a little comic, or at least if you have, it's been a really long time. So this is fun. I like seeing the little shake up. Excellent work as always. And you know, hopefully, considering we'll be finishing Unlimited Blade Works next week, it won't be too long until we get to see Miss Sakura. So, there you go. Speaking of which, actually, if we're gonna be seeing Sakura soon, I'm gonna have to be working on something. Anywho, we have this from Bird at the Death-Bird on Tumblr. Sorry, not sorry for Berserker, lol. So yeah, let's see the updated chart. So, Kusuke's down, Ilya's down, Caster's down, Berserker is down, you are dead. We got, yeah, the spades between Shido and Archer still. I mean, hey, just because he's your alt timeline self doesn't mean you can't, you know, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, like, there's plenty, I mean, you know, I'm just saying. Let's see. Oh yeah, we also we got the pact lines with Lancer now. Very good. I've been really liking Lancer's turnaround right now. Sorry, just looking at something on the side real quick. Oh yeah, also the little broken tie there. Very good, very good. Yeah, so many broken packs, jeez. Everybody's just hopping around this time. And then finally, last but not least, we have this from Dav over on the Discord for the "you ditched our regular contact" thing from last stream.
I think I forgot something.
If you forgot, then it wasn't important.
Yeah, you're right.
Red. Oh, jeez. Might be way too early to ask, but any thoughts on going further down the Type Moon rabbit hole? Mahuya maybe probably not OG Tsukihime on stream. Yeah, I've already read OG Tsukihime, so but we probably definitely would not be doing it on stream, unfortunately. That being said, I'm definitely thinking about doing Hollow Ataraxia after this, and then Mahoyo is definitely one that I've also been thinking about, especially because Mahoyo isn't even that long from my understanding, and I do need to get around to it anyway, especially after going through most of Garden of Sinners, which I do need to technically finish still. I've got like a couple of those extras, like extra stories left that I still need to go through, but I've pretty much gotten through the bulk of the main story, so there's not that much of it for me to go through left. But yeah, there's definitely some stuff that we could hop on. But yeah, if you want my projected order of things, if we're doing stuff like that, then like Hollow Ataraxia would probably come before anything else, and then once we finish Hollow Ataraxia, then we'll probably do Mahoyo. I have never heard of Zato. What is that? I love the world and everything in it. Is that what it is? Oh, damn. Oh yeah, you're right, it did just come out a few days ago. Fuck, I really like the art style of this a lot. Holy shit. And it's free! Huh. No shit. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, consider me curious about it then. I will probably have to check this out. I don't know whether that'll be a stream thing or if it's just something I'll do in my own time, but either way, I mean, you know, I'll definitely give it a shot. Anywho, thank you for the recommendation. Also, sorry, to go back to this. Very good redraw over this, by the way, Dav. You did an excellent job with this. It was, you actually did the, like, coloring over the, like, obvious, I can see it, but, like, the coloring over the background, you actually did, like, a really good job with that. Well, that's everything. It's been an eventful week, hasn't it? It's many things are happening around here. Oh man, fucking shitto, fucking Archer, fucking fuck. I'm still sad about Berserker and Ilya. I'm still really sad about Berserker and Ilya. I'm gonna be fucking real with you. That got me so bad. This part of the story has been very interesting, considering that I already, like, knew, going in about the whole Archer thing, so seeing the seeds being planted for it over time has certainly been very, yeah, it's been quite interesting to keep tabs on the whole time. I assume there will be another week off after the UBW finale? Yes, there will be. I need a break. But then we will be back the week after that for Heaven's Feel. Anywho, can't think of anything in particular else. Obviously, Ace Attorney is going to be back on the menu on next Tuesday, which is November 18th. So keep an eye out for that if you're a watcher of that. And then next Friday, the 21st, will be the end of UBW. I guess I will see you later. I don't think there's anything else in particular that we have to go over. I'm sorry. I'm very scatterbrained at the end. I'm tired.
I've got some other shit to do today too before I go to bed. So, anywho, yeah. I'll see you later, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.